And we're back live at the Safari Court Hotel, where a very, very important conference is happening involving sustainable usage of resources, natural resources, and the bioeconomy. We'll go back live to the conference shortly.
Can I just kindly urge everybody to take a seat so we can commence with the second session? Thank you so much for the light. Almost makes me feel like a celebrity, you know, when the lights go on. It's a beautiful thing. Nonetheless, welcome back. Glad to see that the room is still filled. And I'm hoping that we're going to stay awake during these. I think it's very, very difficult to stay awake, especially after lunch. A very sumptuous lunch like the one we had. But since we're here for such a very important conversation, I'm hoping that everybody will be able to keep up in the afternoon session. Session 2 focuses on the sustainability of forest and its ecosystem services. We'll have the setting of the scene very briefly by Dr. Vera de Kalver, the Namibia University of Science and Technology. Melissa Rousseau and Dr. Niels Bolland will of course also assist with regards to that. A brief session keynote speech by Honorable Minister Pohamba Shiveta, the Minister of Environment and Tourism. That'll be followed by forest certification, a tool to ensure sustainable management of timber resources in South Africa. And Craig Norris from Forest Technology, Manager of Forest Technology at NCT Forestry Cooperative Limited, South Africa, will give us that case study. That'll be followed by observations on sustainable silvicultural practice in Finland. Henrik Janner, Marketing Manager in Risutech from Finland, will of course provide us with that position. And after that, we'll have a moderated panel discussion looking at the sustainability of forests and its ecosystem services. And of course, the panel will consist of Martha Nanda, Program Specialist and Head at United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Craig Norris from Forest Technology. Henrik Janner, Marketing Manager at Risutech from Finland. And of course, Dr. Kawa herself, representing NAST. And Dr. Chris Brown, the Chief Executive Officer of the Namibia Chamber of Environment, NCE, will of course also form this panel. And finally, Director of Forestry at the Ministry of Water and Agriculture and Forestry, Joseph Hailua, will of course be the final representative there from the ministry. That will round up the second session of our conversation. We are hoping to move through this one swiftly, but at the same time as well, we don't want to lose any substance. So allow me to extend the time a little bit when it might be necessary for us to go into in-detail discussions. And we also want to provide you with the exact time that we said we would in as far as the panel discussion is concerned. We know we didn't give you much time in the previous panel, but we want to make sure that you are engaged in this second session. So without wasting any time, please give a round of applause to Dr. Vera de Kalver, representing NAST.
Can I have my presentation, please? Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, all protocol observed. Namibia forests and woodlands are far away from Windhoek, and most of you know actually very little about it, and often our managers do not have all the data to make informed decisions. So I would like to give you a short, brief overview of the information we have and what we actually do need to know. And this was done in cooperation with my colleagues of the Royal Museum of Central Africa, and they're sitting there on the 4th row. So I would talk quickly about very basic information like forest area, deforestation, timber stock, but then also about more complex issues like sustainable harvest, multiple use forest, and timber trade. First of all, an important question, how much forest do we have in Namibia? I think we all know it's not much, and it's very dry, open forest. But the figure given to the FAO during the 5-yearly assessment for Namibia, 8.4% of the area of Namibia is covered by forest, is actually not very correct. It's not based on actual data, but an extrapolation of old data. Actually data from '93. So we do not really know how much forest we have. The picture underneath shows you an overview of the different regions, so where most of the forest is concentrated. So what do we really need? We need to know how much forest there is to make informed decisions and to have this baseline to determine deforestation. We also need to be able to use the FAO definitions because the previous assessment didn't use those classification. It used another classification. So in FAO classification, anything with forest cover higher than 10% is forest. And we can do this. We do have capacity. For example, this is a map made by one of our master students for Kavango East. So an assessment of the forest area there in 2016. So if we do not know forest area, clearly it's difficult to say how much the deforestation rate is. And you will see in the FAO reports, we have a deforestation rate of 1%. However, again, this is an extrapolation, and that's also why the deforestation rate in Namibia has remained constant according to these reports over the last 20 years. So what we need to reassess forest areas on a regular basis, especially with the current situation where we see a lot of change. Deforestation for agriculture, for timber, increasing population. We also need, this will allow us to understand the drivers of deforestation, which is not always necessarily timber trade. So how much timber do we have in Namibia? Maybe I should just mention what is timber in Namibia. So according to the law, it's all the trees which have a stem diameter of minimum 45 centimeters. So very big trees. Anything that's smaller becomes classified in the category of poles, which have a different kind of harvest permit. Now, do we know how much we have of these poles and timber? We know how it was in about 2000, but we do not know it for now. And as you know, lots of things have changed. Also, the last forest inventory, which was done together with the Finnish, didn't include both Kavango regions nor Ohangwena. This was with the war of Angola that was still going on. So we would need a more regular assessment considering the changing conditions. We also need to understand the impact of the law on sustainable forest management practices, especially the harvest of poles. How is that affecting the standing stock? Also, we want to be able to do sustainable harvest. For sustainable harvest, one needs a lot of information. We need to know how quick the trees grow, how quickly they die. Is there enough regeneration? We do know how quick, for example, kieaat grows. That's the most important wood of Namibia, and there's a picture on the top right. It has annual growth rings, and it's also demonstrated on that picture. Kieaat takes 90 years to reach that harvestable size of 45 centimeters, so quite long. But we do not know how long it takes for the other species who have been harvested so much in 2018, which includes the Zambezi teak, so Mukusi, and rosewood, Ushiwi. So we know in Zambezi teak in Zambia, it takes up to 150 years to reach that size. But we do absolutely have no data for rosewood. We do not know how long it takes. And we do know that we have a regeneration problem there, also for kieaat. So we need this information for growth, regeneration, mortality. And also, if we want to harvest sustainably, we must value those timber logs better, whether it's fair trade or certification. But I'm sure a next talker will discuss this. Another aspect, our forests in Namibia are actually multiple-use forests. So they not only provide us with timber or non-timber forest products, they also provide ecosystem services, avoiding that the soil becomes eroded or turns into a dust bowl. And what we have already are the community forests. They are really a way to using that multiple-use forest and to keep it in existence. However, we do not have exploited the full potential of it yet. We need to know, for example, how much carbon is stored and how much are we mitigating climate change with our forests. Everywhere in the world, people are planting trees to mitigate forests. We might want to do the same. Tourism potential, our forests have tourism potential, which can help the communities as well. So biodiversity and how much of our wood is actually lost to fires and can't we harvest. There's so much information we still need. Sorry, I quickly wanted to explain the photo on the right. This is from one of our master students. She was looking into how long it takes for timber trees to regenerate after the forest has been cleared. So this is a fallow field and the fallow fields range from 5 to 20 years that they left the fields open. And she didn't find any timber tree regeneration. So that's a problem. Other trees regrown, but not the timber trees. And then another important aspect is timber trades. We are part of a bigger picture in Southern Africa. So it's not only our own timber that's being traded. Actually, there's a lot of it of the neighboring countries transported through the country to Walvis Bay Harbor. It's wood harvested in Angola, DRC, and Zambia mainly. In Angola, a study of IRD&C showed that it was mainly Kiat, Pterocarpus angolensis, and most of it goes to South Africa. While the wood that came from Zambia, and that's a very new trend, was mainly Hibuscia, so rosewood. And that wood goes to China. And it's clearly this is part of a new trend, the rosewood trade. So we see a lot of changes in an increasing demand for wood, especially because of this rosewood trade. A problem with the rosewood trade is a group name for many species. The original rosewood is Dalbergia, but it's actually reflecting wood with a reddish tint with certain properties that allow it to be perfect for furniture. So it includes a group of species that all look alike. And now recently, one of those species, Pterocarpus tinctorius, was listed on the CITES Appendix 2 list. This was in August, so very recently. Now the problem will be how can we distinguish it from the ones who are not on the Appendix 2 list. So this is definitely one of the things that will be a challenge for the future. Is Namibia ready to comply with these new CITES regulations? Because it will mean more cross-border control, and the people will need to be able to identify that specific type of wood. We also need to look into sustainability of rosewood harvest. So to conclude, if our forests and woodlands are undergoing a lot of change, and if our decision makers and managers need to be able to make quick decisions, for that more data is needed. And one of the most important things will be a national forest assessment and inventory, and understand how threats such as fire and climate change affect forest dynamics. We are really at the edge of the forest biome. And finally, is timber trade sustainable in Namibia, which both for the local or international market? So I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would also like to mention that next year we're going to organize a training course on sustainable management of dry forest. And we're also in discussions with Hanns Seidel to see how they will eventually can contribute to this as well.
Well, thank you very much, Doctor. I think it's important to, like Dr. Ripple said earlier this morning, that we've got a pristine, environmental law landscape in as far as policy and regulation is concerned. But I think practical examples such as those and the work that the NAST is doing as an applied science university are really, really welcome. Unfortunately, we won't be joined by the Honourable Minister that also has an equally important and competing matter to attend to. So we'll skip the part where he, of course, has to provide the keynote speech. And we are hoping to have him back here at the venue before the end of the session so we can still hear from him, as the MET, of course, is a very, very important custodian of implementing our Environmental Management Act. We now move on to forest certification, a tool to ensure sustainable management of timber resources in South Africa. And here to give us that case study is Mr. Craig Norris, who is the Forest Technology Manager from NCT Forestry Cooperative Limited in South Africa. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be covering the topic of forest certification and trying to answer the question of whether forest certification is a useful tool to ensure sustainable management of our woodlands and forests in southern Africa. There are three aspects I'd like to cover. I'd like to just talk a little bit about the PFC certification system, because I believe this is the system best suited to certification in southern Africa. I'll then try and address the question of the usefulness of certification as a management tool. And I'd like to finish off introducing you to the South African Forest Certification Scheme that we've developed called SAFAS. And I'd like to spend a bit of time talking about this scheme because our vision is to roll it out to all SADC countries. PFC stands for the Program for the Endorsement of Forest Certification Systems, and it's exactly that. It's a global alliance of national forest certification organizations working together. It's actually the world's leading certification system in terms of area certified, providing 60% of the certified forest area globally. It's a voluntary mechanism, much like all certification systems, promoting sustainable forest management, and it provides for independent verification of good management practices. The key benefits of the PEFC approach, I believe, are that it's very much a bottoms-up approach. So it allows countries to develop standards that are relevant to their local forest types, local legislation, and there's very much a lot of involvement from local stakeholders. So there's a buy-in into the standards that are developed. There's national ownership, so you have a national governing body that manages and runs the system. And finally, there's a lot of flexibility around meeting the PFC requirements in a relevant way, a way relevant to your local conditions. Being part of the PFC family, you get mutual recognition both regionally and internationally, and you can use the PFC logo in your marketing efforts, and you can use it for product labeling. And for me, a very important benefit is it's a proven system for certifying small operations. Globally, more than 1 million forest smallholders have been certified under the system. Okay, this image just illustrates the footprint of the PFC, and you can see that most of your major forestry regions have PFC schemes up and running. The one notable exception is large parts of Africa, and we're hoping in the next 5 years to paint a lot of Southern Africa green. Okay, certification as a management tool. I think we all understand that we have huge challenges in managing our wood resources in Africa. Deforestation is occurring at a very rapid rate. In Africa, a large percentage of people are still reliant on wood for primary energy, and we do have an urgent need to develop a sustainable wood resource. We've got a rapidly growing population. People need energy, they need housing, and they need a whole range of wood-based products. We need to develop a wood-based bioeconomy. We also know that in Africa there's a lot of exploitation of people and resources. So very simply, to answer the question, is certification a useful tool? I think very much so. And listed here are the reasons why I say it's definitely a very important tool that we can use. Firstly, it's globally accepted as a successful method to verify sustainable forest management practices. It ensures long-term management of the forest asset. You have to present a long-term management plan, and you're assessed annually against progress against that long-term plan. It does eliminate a lot of illegal activities. It revolves around what we call a chain of custody system, where timber from the source to the end user is monitored. Whenever there's a change in ownership, a certificate is required. It certainly improves access to premium markets so that you can get better prices for your timber. Most of your developed countries demand certification in order for timber to enter their markets. And finally, if you are looking for development funding to manage your forest resource, certification is probably going to be a requirement. Okay, I'd like to finish off telling you about SAFAS. At the moment, we call it the South African Forestry Assurance Scheme. We'd like it to turn it into a Southern African scheme. This slide highlights our vision, and it says SAFAS exists to support excellence in environmental management of forestry in Southern Africa through the provision of certification, advice, resources, and tools to all scales of forestry. So it goes beyond certification. SAFAS is a very new organization. We're still developing the structures and the services that we're going to offer, and this is the basic model. We have a SAFAS council or board, which is the highest governing body. We have a small management team which would administer and implement the system. We have an advisory committee which we're busy establishing, technical experts. And then we have the standard working group which developed the SAFAS forest standard. We envisage two types of members: your forestry members, these are the people who manage and use the forest resource, and your stakeholder members, these are organizations and individuals that have an interest in both the standard and the running of the organization. In summary, SAFAS is a non-profit organization. It has a forest standard that has been endorsed by the PFC, so it's internationally recognized. The vision is to extend the system to cover all SADC countries. This will involve adapting SAFAS standard to accommodate each local forest system and national regulations. It would cover plantations, forests, and woodlands. And we would like to partner with various governments and NGOs to achieve this vision. 3 core functions. The first, to manage and administrate the certification scheme. The second, to provide a support service, what we call a value-based approach to landscape certification. So SAFAS would provide a GIS-based information base that one can plug in to in order to get your management unit certified. And finally, it would provide other services that support sustainable forest management. I thank you for your attention. I've just put up my email address if anyone would like to contact me, and a link to the PFC website where you can download a toolkit that helps you to develop a local forest certification system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, short and sweet. Well, a bit earlier on, I'd mentioned that the Honourable Minister, of course, has to attend the parliamentary session now, but he has made the effort to come out and come and talk to us. As you're aware, of course, the Environmental Management Act is the overarching national policy document that drives our efforts towards making sure that we have a sustainable environment and, of course, sustainable development and care for biodiversity, not only of course, on politicians, the general public, but specifically also the communities within which these operations take place. So please welcome the Honourable Minister for Environment and Tourism of the Republic of Namibia, Minister Pohamba Shifeta. Round of applause for him, please. While he's on his way, the lunch was so good that someone forgot their iPhone in the restaurant. So just come and prove to me that it's yours, and then, yeah, you can have it. I'll probably need a blood sample as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. I can't see you well. The reflection of this light, very amazing, very amazing. Honorable Sophia Swart, Member of Parliament and Chairperson of the Parliamentary Standing Committee, and members of Parliament present here, senior government officials present, representatives from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, representatives from all local academic institutions present, representatives from civil society organizations, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my profound pleasure to be here with you this afternoon to give this keynote address under this very important session on the sustainability of forests and its ecosystem services. Let me, at the onset, thank the organizers for this profound initiative. The theme of the conference of the current state of sustainable natural resources management in Namibia and the ways to unlock its bioeconomy potential, which is both timely and extremely significant. The Namibian government recognizes the importance of natural resources and the role of the ecosystem services in sustaining our lives. Our constitution obliges the state to act positively and to put measures in place to promote the maintenance of ecosystems, our essential ecological processes, and also our biodiversity of Namibia. And thereon, the utilization of living natural resources on a sustainable basis for the benefit of all Namibians, both present and the future. And I emphasize both present and the future. Maybe I can pause on this one. This article, article 95 for our Constitution, 95L, it's very important to our conservation of our biodiversity, our ecosystems, and also ecological processes. All laws that are they aiming at the protection of our environment derived from that section. And also that section does not say the government, it says the state. The state is very inclusive. The government is just one of the organs, the three organs of state. And that means as an element of state, government has to do its work. But other organs too have to do their work. You have other two organs, legislative and also the judiciary. They have to do the work. Of course, we cannot oblige judiciary in our laws, but that means also natural persons and the juristic persons. They are all obliged by this article. So it does not say the government. It only comes to the point where it's specifically pointing what what measures the government has to take. But it says everybody. As a state, it mentions a state. Therefore, all of us, we are obliged to adhere to that constitutional imperative. This article is more important than ever now, especially during this time, as we continue to experience increasing levels of deforestation and land degradation. For us as a country to succeed in the fight against deforestation, we must ensure that devolution of rights is accompanied by livelihood improvement opportunities through ecosystem services and the sustainable use of forest resources. Director of Proceedings. Over the past 29 years, the Ministry of Environment and Tourism has put various measures in place to ensure the effective implementation of that article, Article 95L of our Constitution. From the forest ecosystem point of view, Section 3, subsection 2, paragraph D of the Environmental Management Act, Act number 7 of 2007, provides that equitable access to environmental resources, such as forests and others, must be promoted, and the functional integrity of ecological systems must be taken into account to ensure the sustainability of the systems and to prevent the harmful effect to the environment. Furthermore, Section 3, subsection 2, paragraph L of the Environmental Management Act states that damage to the environment must be prevented, and activities which cause such damage must be reduced, limited, or controlled. The government has also developed approaches to devolve rights and the responsibilities to communities over the conservation of and the sustainable use of natural resources. Such approaches include the establishment of the community-based natural resource management program and the community forests that have become part and parcel of community income sources, and also become important providers of ecosystem services, especially in northeastern part of our country. The community-based natural resource management program provides a legal framework to empower communities in wildlife conservation and the utilization of forest resources, and also created incentives for sustainable development and a coexistence with the flora and fauna. As the theme of this session is focusing on the sustainability of forests and its ecosystem services, we all know that human derives essential services from biodiversity. These services are also known as ecosystem services, and we group them into 4 primary categories. These are: 1, regulating services, which is ability of ecosystems to sequester carbon, natural regulation, and regeneration of populations, and the purification of our air and water. 2, provisioning services, which is the ability of ecosystems to provide us with resources essential for life, such as food, crops, raw materials such as timber and fodder, clean water, medicinal sources, and energy derived from hydropower and renewable resources, for example. 3, supporting services. These are services that make it possible for ecosystems to function, such as nutrient recycling, soil formation, and pollination. The last 4, cultural services. This refers to the cultural importance of biodiversity, as well as its importance for activities linked to recreation and tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, ecosystem services underpin Namibia's economy and the human well-being. About 70% of Namibia's population directly rely on it for their livelihood. A number of recent studies have demonstrated the economic benefit that Namibia derives from biodiversity. It is estimated that approximately 13 billion in revenue is generated annually from biodiversity, with estimated 40% of that accounted for by tourism. Ecosystem services are of particular importance to the most deprived sections of our society, especially our communities residing in rural areas. They have little or no land, little or no fuel, little or no income, and they struggle daily with the burden of poverty. There is a natural link between forests and the rural population. Forest resources can provide building materials, fuel, craft materials, and importantly, much needed employment. These resources are also renewable once they are used sustainably. The Ministry of Environment and Tourism is determined, together with line ministries and other key stakeholders, to promote a thriving forest sector, utilize it to the lasting benefit of the society, and developed and managed to the protection and to the improvement of the environment. There are important overriding concerns for us as a Ministry of Environment and Tourism. It is particularly important that we desist from exploiting enough of our natural resources for short-term gains, which ignores the future and thereby sacrifice the future generation. With this in mind, I would like to inform you that the Ministry of Environment and Tourism is still gripped with tackling the commercial harvesting of slow-growing hardwood trees for export overseas. These activities only benefit few individuals here and abroad at the expense of the broader population, economy, and the environment. Namibia is not like other tropical rainforest countries where you can undertake large-scale commercial timber harvesting. The levels of harvesting we have seen in recent years have been inherently unsustainable, and we, therefore, need to ensure that these activities are carefully controlled and regulated. Otherwise, the future generations will not forgive us, as our forest habitats will have disappeared. I would like to reiterate that the Ministry of Environment and Tourism is obliged by the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia and other laws such as Environmental Management Act to protect the Namibian environment entirely, on land, water, and air. And we do that without fear, favor, or prejudice. I therefore urge every citizen to respect and adhere to the numerous measures put in place to ensure the sustainability and also the sustainable use of our natural resources, including wildlife, fisheries, and forest resources. Let us comply with measures such as quotas and the permits and be accountable. The environment belongs to us all, needs to benefit us all, and be protected by us all. And most importantly, we need to bequeath it to the future generations. As we deliberate and identify opportunities to unlock the economic potential of natural resources, let us think of the most vulnerable in our society and focus on measures that are practical and lead to improvement in their livelihood, especially our rural communities, in a sustainable manner. With those few words, I wish you a fruitful deliberation, and I assure you that the Ministry of Environment and Tourism continues to support initiatives that are aimed at improving the conservation and the management and the sustainable utilization of our natural resources, as well as improving livelihoods of our people for the future, for the present and the future. Thank you very much, and I want to thank you for your humble attention.
No, that I wasn't getting a dinner invitation to the minister's house for. Just for clarity, of course, for some of the media houses that are present here, if you do want the copies of the keynote addresses, please just come to me and I will provide you with the same. And that's, of course, on soft copy via email, so it makes your work much easier. Nonetheless, I think quite an important observation also from the side of the minister's speech as well. I think the responsibility, once again, to protect our biodiversity, to protect our ecosystems, and of course, sustainable use of our natural resources, again reiterated by the Honorable Minister. We move on to observations on sustainable silvicultural practices in Finland, another case study, and this one is by Mr. Henrik Janner, a marketing manager at Risu Tech from Finland. A round of applause for him, please. Thanks. He's going to be walking up now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me. I came in on a flight this morning, so I'm a bit tired, and the strobe lights don't help. However, I'm going to keep it short and kind of sweet. This is a big title. Basically, the contents of this presentation is an interview I did with the CEO of Risutech and lead designer Jussi Aikala. And basically, I wanted to ask him and interrogate him on his views on what's going on in Finland at the moment in terms of forestry management, especially in terms of planting forests, and what are some of the new trends, and how is climate change affecting forestry at the moment. Of course, I would like to also build a bridge to Namibia and the things that you can perhaps take away from this, because let's face it, Finland is not an arid or even a semi-arid place. But there are some topics I hope to point out in this presentation where I think you'll find some interest and applicability also to your context. Now, it's very poor form to begin a presentation about us. However, here it is. So to give some context, we are a manufacturing company, and we work with some of the largest forestry companies in the world. We help them plant forests at scale. So we have, our products consist of planting heads for excavators, as you can see in the picture. And the use case for these would be planting large-scale forests and combining all of the processes in the planting operation. So soil cultivation, planting of the seedling, fertilization, watering. If you apply herbicides or pesticides, those would be done at the same time. So we essentially effectivize that process. But in addition to that, in conjunction with the planting or the soil cultivation process, we also provide geolocation services. So we mark the spot where the tree has been planted or the soil has been cultivated, what sort of tree it is, how much herbicide did we apply, fertilizer, etc., etc. And our third product range is cutting products. So we manufacture cutting products to basically improve the yield of forests. So that's something also to keep in mind, and that's a discussion I'd like to have also as I continue having one-on-one, because obviously you have the invader bush problem here. It's a huge problem. There's not a good solution to it as of yet. So let's continue. I won't go into these in depth. I think it was awesome that we had a representatives from PEFC to discuss this, but if you're discussing sustainability programs or sustainable forest management in Finland, you would need to touch on these two councils or certifications. Of note is that PEFC is widespread in Finland, and since a lot of our forests are privately owned small forests, that's quite considerable. So in Finland, these touch primarily on the protection of bog areas and water systems. We also have to conserve deadwood for certain biosystems, for insects and so on. And this is where our CEO jumped up and said, but remember, the operator, so the person who is doing the harvesting, has a really large role to play. So there's a lot of judgment that goes in to selecting trees marked for retention. And so I won't go into these slides in depth. You can pick up any book on silviculture and find different taxonomies, which are quite difficult because depending on where you start from, you'll get different definitions of silvicultural systems. But in terms of regeneration felling, let me explain a bit. So after 2000, because fertility is quite good in Finland, we have still natural regeneration. So we can leave certain trees selected and they basically from the trees, new trees grow. We can also seed directly in some certain instances. And in these cases, we of course select the best seeds. But then the trend is going toward planting. So in terms of planting, we use seedlings. And these taxonomies that I've outlined here are they're for harvesting. So we have the clear-cut system, which is probably the most commonly used, or is the most commonly used in Finland at the moment. And the picture you can see there, that's an example of a clear-cut opening. Then we have the seed tree system, which I touched on, and so on. So you could go into these, but bear in mind that we do have different practices also here. One important point here is that in comparison to, let's say, South Africa and perhaps Zimbabwe or other places, we don't use cloning or propagation. So we select seedlings and use primarily the potted seedlings. We don't use bare root seedlings, so I've come across in Australia they still have a lot of bare root seedlings which they plant. We don't use that so much because we're really focused on the survival rate of the planted seedlings because we're interested in yields. And now for one topic which might be of interest to you here in Namibia. So usually when we plant, we don't use fertilization. And Mr. Aikala's point was that there may be some fertilizer in the pot. And discussing this internally, yes, when we apply fertilization, it's usually ash. So more a comment and perhaps an invitation to discuss is when you plant trees here in Namibia, and if you, from let's say the acacia, produce biocoal, would it make sense to use the nutrients in that biocoal in conjunction with planting your trees? Would that make sense? So keep that in mind. I hope we can discuss it also. Points about boron deficiency in the birchland, probably not of interest to you. Of course, when we fell trees, we do them usually in segments, so we may add fertilizer in the second segment. And an important point, of course, is that because it takes, and this is similar to at least the discussion on the trees that you have, our selection is locked for 70 years. So our trees grow in about 70, 80 years. That's when they're mature and they yield in terms of dimensionality. And if the regeneration for you guys is 120, maybe 150 years, that's also a very important point to keep in mind. And now we finally come to the climate, because as climate change becomes more erratic, we can't, or it's hard to make a selection for particular types of trees and say that, okay, well, that's a good selection 70 years from now or for the whole lifetime of the tree. So cloning, propagation is quicker from that point of view. Okay, so finally, coming to the observations. So the climate is behaving erratically, climate change. What Jussi Aikala has observed is that autumn is coming later. It's generally wetter. So the question we ask is, do we need to start changing our soil cultivation methods to account for this? And on the flip side, summers are getting hotter, they're getting drier. Do we need to start watering in conjunction with planting? So fauna is changing, new insect pests. So what methodologies should we use to tackle these? Can we stick to a single stock forest, or should we plant more multi-stock? And an opportunistic point is, as the climate is getting warmer, should we try to plant some new tree species, oak for instance? Okay, so as you will be getting these slides, you can have a look. Here are some pictures of, let me try to, so here are some soil cultivation plots. And that's a typical way that we do mounding in Finland when we cultivate. You'll notice that we don't particularly mulch or cultivate the soil in other forms in a large-scale form. We do spot cultivation, and there on the picture below, you'll see also the digitization. So when the soil cultivation is done, we mark the spot and we can report it, and also document what kind of microsite preparation has been done. Okay, so the hot and dry summers, and here you'll see three different types of extensions for the mechanized attachments. Pitting, which I think was invented in South Africa. The extension goes in and loosens the soil, does not cut it, and those are for when you need to rapidly plant a lot of seedlings. Bucketing is more multi-purpose. And then the interesting one, ripping. So as the soil gets drier, you may want to start applying ripping sort of techniques to the soil cultivation process. That's not something that we currently do in Finland, but it may be necessary in the future. And okay, so this little critter is moving northward, and as I pointed out, so this is a major problem, I think, in the Czech Republic. Don't quote me on this, but I think they've lost something like 70,000 hectares or something to this guy. It's a really huge problem in Europe at the moment. And of course, one solution is to mix it up a little bit. So don't plant single stand. And so I mentioned in the beginning that the increased use of mounding is on the uptick in Finland, and this can actually help in stopping the spread of this bark beetle, because it enjoys traveling in the humus and doesn't really like to travel in open ground. So where it's open, where the soil has been mounded, this little guy doesn't travel well. And the oak. So thank you very much. There's my contact information, and just as a final note, we have a lot of videos on our website and on YouTube if you're interested in seeing how the machines operate and how our solutions work. Please have a look at those, but I thank you for your time. You've been sitting there for a long time, and I'll end it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Henrik, I think quite an important presentation there as well, very detailed also. I think for those of you that might have any ideas, especially the conversation around the hydroponics, the question that was asked earlier, I think it might be worthwhile to engage with him during the networking sessions as well. Of course, like we said, the sessions are divided into overarching themes, and when we have the panel discussion, that's exactly what we focus on in the theme. And the theme, of course, for this panel discussion will be the sustainability of forests and its ecosystem services. Basically just a collection of all the conversations that were pointed out. So what we'll do is, of course, follow the same format as Mr. Ngikemba did earlier this morning. For those contributions from panelists that did not get a chance to speak, we'll have their 5 minutes to present those. And immediately afterwards, of course, we'll have a conversation on stage, but of course also involvement from your end. But not to take over his job, please give a round of applause to the moderator for this session, Dr. Absalom Kahumba from the University of Namibia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome all of you to our afternoon session. I'll be the moderator of the theme on sustainability of forest and its ecosystem services. I would like to also welcome my panelists for a discussion. As they've already been introduced, we have Martha Taramonjera Nanda and Craig Norris, Dr. Vela Dikawa, next to me here, Dr. Chris Brown, and Mr. Joseph Hairwa. Please feel welcome. All right. I know we are all coming from a heavy lunch, and it's quite amazing that we have all accumulated a lot of energy that we need to get out of us by discussing some of these crucial issues. Just to get the ball rolling, I would rather ask with the lady first as always, Ms. Nanda. What is your take on the current situation on sustainability utilization of our Namibian forest and ecological services at the moment?
Thank you. Before I answer that, I actually have, I think, what I call a 3-slide presentation to give the global outlook. If it's fine with you, Mr. Mo.
Yes, you're welcome to do that.
All right. I think following up on what the Honorable Minister talked about eloquently, we actually have 4 clusters of ecosystem services. And it's the big picture. in that nature underpins development. And I think nowhere in the world than in Namibia is this well elaborated. In terms of the cultural services, I think the minister already talked about the nature-based tourism. In terms of the provisioning services, the food, the medicine, and everything related, the supporting services, the pollination, but as well the regulating services for climate regulation. I don't want to dwell on this, but actually the big picture is that nature underpins development. I borrowed this slide in terms of the content from what is the 2019 Global Environmental Outlook. As much as nature underpins development, we need to be careful in terms of how is the global environmental outlook looking like in terms of forested landscape, in terms of water, air, in terms of biodiversity, in terms of waste, and in terms of climate change. I think in terms of the forested landscape or dryland forest, which is common for Namibia, globally it actually looks very bad. And it looks bad, why? Because the extent of land degradation, it falls in the hotspots, which actually feeds about 3.2 billion people. And that's a huge number. But globally, it also covers 29% of the global lands, which means it's a huge land portion. Now, as we know, forest or forested landscape, they are very, very important for human well-being, for health, as well as for the ecosystem services. And I think the minister already cited the number in terms of the Namibian context of the rural dwellers who lives in these areas. Now, in terms of water, fresh water are very exploited, and that outlook is actually not so good. And they are exploited in terms of either over-extraction, but also in terms of quality, the quality of water, which then means from the global outlook, we have a number of people who are actually dying, premature deaths from preventable diseases. And these are actually related to the pathogen polluted drinking water sources. In terms of air, pollution itself is actually also a major problem globally. In terms of Namibia, I think I can cite the indoor air pollution because of how we do our lighting in terms of the closed space when we cook our food. But it still contributes to premature death. And this is a big number in terms of our sustainability of our forested ecosystems, but as well of the ecosystem services which we depend on. Biodiversity, I don't want to dwell a lot on biodiversity because globally it doesn't look well. Why? Because we may experience the 6th major mass species extinction. This means that my great-great-grandchildren may not be able to see the rhino species. And I can't imagine that, for example, or the pangolin, because this is something that I think will be a miss if the future generation are not able to experience this. Now, there are a number of global environmental outlook factors that are not so well in terms of biodiversity. Fragmented habitation, over-extraction of species, but also the poaching or illegal wildlife trade, as we want to say, when the trading is illegal. Obviously, Namibia has what I want to call illegal trading in terms of sustainable utilization of some of the species. Now, in terms of the waste, there are so many waste, and the message here is actually about the plastic pollution, but also about the waste in terms of food production or food losses, which is very important if you think about the number of people who are suffering from food insecurity, as well as the number of people who go to bed hungry because of either unsustainable production means of our food supply chains, but also of just the waste and the food losses. Now, climate change, I think it was eloquently talked about in many of our previous presentations, but I think we need to look at the context globally in the sense that actually, if we think about our energy demands and the energy supplies, we need to look at the impacts and how globally that will have an impact on future generation, but also an impact to the Namibian future generation. So, a healthy environment is both a prerequisite and foundation for economic prosperity, human health, and well-being. Bringing it forward to the forested landscape, which is actually the topic now, I just want to say forestry sustains about 1.2 billion people globally. So its importance is not negotiable. But the forest products are also important to 3 out of 5 families actually depend on biomass, be it fuel, be it construction or building materials, but as well as medicinal plants. The climate, I think forests are the major sequester for carbon, and a third of carbon emissions are sequestered through global forests. Health, I think just this is to give us the numbers, but I already mentioned the health impact of some of the global outlook. And biodiversity, I wouldn't talk more. I think I talked about. But what is the key message? How should we move towards sustainable or sustainability and forest sustainable management? I would want to actually say it's changing our governance systems. And this covers both the agricultural aspect, which is the topic we covered earlier, and the forested landscape. Starting with the systemic level, the policies, the institutional levels, the mandates and objectives, but the norms and the values, as well as the individuals in terms of the users and the managers, but in terms of the individual capacities that exist to manage and decide. And these are underpinned by incentives and benefits. And I do have a number of messages that we need to look at it into the context of the Sustainable Development Goal, the 5 Ps. This should be underpinned by the people, the planet, the prosperity, but the peace and the partnership, just as we are witnessing how we are dealing with this. I thank you.
Briefly, Dr. Brown, within 5 minutes, just to share your view on this aspect.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to take you through this quite quickly and skip over some of the slides which have already been talked about. But I would like to start by just looking at climate change. Every presentation has talked about climate change, and quite rightly so too. The climate is changing faster and more severely than has ever been predicted until the latest set of climate meetings. Now, the picture on your left is the situation in Namibia in 2010, up until the long-term rainfall patterns in Namibia until 2010. And very few people have actually visualized what the situation on the ground is going to be. Namibia is on the boundary, is on the very edge of a number of production systems. The red line shows you the economic viability of large stock to the north. Below that, long-term, it's not viable south of that line. The black line shows you the economic viability of rain-fed cropping. Below that, you won't get enough of a crop to make it worthwhile putting a seed in the ground. And the forestry sector is exactly the same, up in the north and in the northeast. And then the next 2 figures shows you what it's looking like by 2040 and 2065. 9 million hectares of land under large stock have been lost. By 2065, another 9 million, 18 million hectares of land lost. You can see in the north, Mahongu planting will no longer be viable in 30 or 40 years' time. So what are we going to do? These are big issues. These are not small issues. You've heard it said that Africa is more affected than anyone else. You've heard it said that Namibia is more affected in Africa than most others are likely to be. This is a really serious problem we need to look at, and it applies to the forestry sector as well. You can see how the rainfall heights pull up to the north and the east of the country, and where there is forestry now, what's it going to be like in the years ahead. Now, I want to talk about environmental sustainability in this sector quickly. And I'd like to start by saying what Namibia has done in the forestry sector over the past 4 to 5 years is an extremely good example of what not to do. Uncontrolled, unmonitored, unregulated, illegal commercial harvesting, commercialized timber export of raw material, virtually no value addition in country, no protection or adequate protection of the Zambezi forest, no monitoring ongoing at any national significant level, no public information, and so on. Now, the Honourable Peter Kachavivi said to us, look back to inform how we should be moving forward. Looking back, we need to see that things were not great. So how do we move forward? The impact, we need to understand what the impact of this deforestation loss has been, and we've already heard from the Minister about ecosystem services, we've heard about loss of biodiversity, loss of community resources. Communities living in those woodlands in the north, those are the people who are our primary concerns. Direct threat to tourism. Namibia has been downgraded by the World Economic Forum because of deforestation. Tourism is our largest growing part of the economy. It's not the largest part of the economy, it's probably second now, but it's really the growing opportunity we have. And of course, in this whole process of deforestation, of timber harvesting, there's deep concern about corruption, illegal timber harvesting, and we see strong parallels between what's been happening in the timber sector to what's happened in the wildlife crime sector with international cartels and international bodies, the same sorts of people that are involved in the drug trade, human trafficking, and all the other nasty things which happen in the world. So I want to end here just with some recommendations. Number one, we should have no net further loss of deciduous woodland cover in Namibia. No further loss. So for that, we need appropriate monitoring and reporting systems, and we need adequate regulations and enforcement of those regulations. Secondly, we need to implement an aggressive reforestation program. Nurseries, replanting, and we need to do it soon. And I say that because forests are on the edge of their ecological climatic range. As climate change kicks in, it's going to be more and more difficult to plant seeds in areas where there once was forest. We need to do that as quickly as possible because once trees are established, they've got more resilience than if you're trying to plant from scratch. The other reason that we should be doing it is that recent research has shown that we can actually absorb, if the world works together in a massive tree replanting program, we can actually absorb 3/4 of all the CO2 produced to date since the start of the Industrial Revolution. And this is the most efficient and effective way of capturing that carbon, in addition, of course, to reducing carbon emissions and bringing neutrality there. We should have minimal commercial harvesting, timber harvesting in the country. Trees should be there primarily for local communities and for the ecosystem services which they offer, not to export to China or somebody else. Where there is a small, harvestable, sustainably harvestable timber industry, we should be adding value to that here in Namibia. We shouldn't be exporting a single piece of raw material, raw timber out of the country. We need to provide proper protection to our state forests, and as part of that, to the networks and corridors that link important ecosystems, particularly up in the northeast of the country. We should be very vigilant about timber harvesting being disguised as agricultural development projects. Take the tobacco farm. Harvesting the tobacco farm is a non-starter. It's not going to happen. I'm predicting that now. You can call me out on it in a few years' time. That was a guise to harvest the timber. Half a hectare will be planted. It'll be found to be not viable. And then everyone will say, well, I'm sorry, we tried. But thousands of hectares of timber have been harvested. It's a guise. Very importantly, the Directorate of Forestry should migrate from the Ministry of Agriculture to the Ministry of Environment and Tourism. Not just because the Ministry of Agriculture doesn't look after it and support it properly, but because there's a philosophical mismatch. On the one hand, agriculture is production, but forestry's primary purpose is to support communities and ecosystem services. So from a philosophical and principle point of view, it's in the wrong home. And we need more political attention paid to forest ecosystems and their management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Mr. Howard, would you like to share light also on this topic? Five minutes, please.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon. I think a number of statements, they are moving towards the Forest Authority, and I don't know now if I should do on response, on reacting on some of the statements, or should I try to do more independent and make my prepared statement here. The issue is the forest or woody plant covers. I want to move a bit from just northeastern part of the country to the whole country, that we would like to conserve any woody plants we find on our land, because there are times when we are trying to justify also to destroy the woody cover, because we are saying that this is not a part of the forest and therefore it's just worth to be destroyed and not to be conserved at all. But I want to concur with a big number of the presentation given earlier on here, particularly the Honorable Minister of Environment and Tourism on the role of the forest, especially when it comes to the 3 pillars of the earth. I think that it describes everything, and therefore our task is now to ensure that there's a fair balance on those 3 pillars. There's a need for us to put a proper value of the forests or the woody plants and the forest resources. There are times when our economists valuing the natural resources of the country, you may not hear much about the forest resources. And therefore, it is very important for us to do more on the valuation of appropriate valuation of the forest resources. Many people really depend on the forest resources for their actually livelihood, not just for fun or for pleasure. There are some resources we know, but they are more used for secondary needs. But if you take, not because I'm in charge of water and forestry, if you take these 2, they play a role on day-to-day livelihood of the people. You may live without any other natural resources for some days. The task we have as a government, we are there to enforce the policy and regulations to ensure that the balance is actually achieved there. We need to ensure that everybody plays his or her own appropriate role. We need to acknowledge the forest as a right on its own to be on our surface. Because there are times when you find the forest cover there, the first thing you see is that, oh, it's unutilized land, or unutilized, or it's a virgin land. Nothing is happening here. But it's a forest, it's having a right on its own to save those biodiversity you talk about earlier on here. So we need to have a proper land use to actually designate those forest area as a forest area. Farmers need to acknowledge that the trees on the farm, they are not always bad thing. You must have a balance between the too much wood on the farm and the actually bare land. Because you cannot allow this land to be converted into just open land, as some people are calling for. That is not a proper thing. And then we need the politicians and traditional leaders also to play their role. When you are saying you want to protect this area, must be given the right or support to protect those areas. There are times here you want to protect, at the same time you're giving the right and the approval for the other people, land users, to come and destroy the forest. At the same time, we don't talk or walk, or what we walk or talk. So we must do what we're supposed to do. So the students and the researchers need to do their work properly, to give a proper value, and also to come up with some appropriate conclusion. Because for one to say that the forest cover is the bad thing to the water content on the land. It's not proper. Because by all means, any open land is increase more evaporation, and the more water is actually flying away. So we must also have a proper research and proper conclusions on those things. We need a proper common understanding in those things, and to improve agricultural production. Because most of the land, forested land, is go to agriculture. And we need to have that properly, so that we increase food from a small land, and we save the forest.
Thank you, Mr. Haidar.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am having a lot to tell you. It's for the more than 30 years, this is only the bread I have. So I have a lot to tell you. Thank you. The only thing I want to comment is that, colleagues, we must also try to be careful when you are making some statement. To move a forest to environment, what does it mean? Where shall we move in the environment when the elephants and the rhinos are still dying every day? Shall we say environment should also go where? So we must address the issue where it is. Whether we are there or where, the problem can be there. Let us address the problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know my second question has already been touched. Mr. Haidar, thank you. Okay, my second question has already been touched, because I was trying to echo on what the Honorable Prof. Katavivi have highlighted. The Minister of Environment has also highlighted on it, as well as Dr. Brown. I'm going to go to our last question that I will have to our panelists. Either one can take it. The issue of value addition. There's a scenario that we hear all around, that timber has been harvested already. But what are we as a state? I'm trying now to relate to what our minister has highlighted. It shouldn't be a government, a state. What are we doing as a state to ensure that our forest product, let's say forest product, the way they are exported in a raw form to any other place, should it be like that? Or what should we do as a state to ensure that we have value addition, so that when it's exported, it's actually in a finished product, which will now benefit the country? So the question, it's open, the floor is open to all the panelists. Maybe I should start with Ms. Nanda to echo on that.
Thank you. I think in terms of value addition, and as Chris has actually said, we need to add value, and we need to add value at the lowest local level or micro level. For example, if timber is being harvested, we need to manufacture the chairs, the tables, as well as the other products that we are using where actually it's being harvested, rather than transport it and then we create jobs as well as emit more carbons because of the transportation cost. But we can do it. Why can't we have in the Northeast a setup where basically the community forests are given the right and the vocational training and the machinery where it's necessary, because some of the woods which is dry, it can actually be converted to useful products that are locally usable, and they don't need to go to China, for example. I think I will just end there. And of course, with the high unemployment rate at currently above 40%, the youth can actually become productive, active members of the society through some of this value addition.
Lastly, Dr. Dekawa, your view on that?
I agree with Martha. So, but it will take time. So the local people will need, like she says, we first need to invest in tools. They need to be trained. There are already some initiatives in some of the community forests. So people are already selling bowls, but they need more encouragement. And then if time allows, then maybe the law can be changed that these square logs cannot just be exported anymore. But we must first have this transition period where you make sure that we have a local industry in place.
Thank you so much. We are throwing the ball now to our audience to ask, maybe to share their view as well or ask a few questions. I'm going to take about 3 at the moment. Because we also have to be mindful of our time. Yes, do we have the mic? There's one hand here, over here, and another one over there. Okay, let's take this. I'll take at least the first 4. Ma'am, you.
Thank you so much. I'm Sophia Swartz-Fisher, the chairperson of the Natural Resources Committee. I agree with my 2 women there on the stage that we have to add value to the products of the timber. But as a committee, we went out and I observed that the forestry and agriculture, they do not have control over the issuing of permits. People are using 1 permit, is used by 6 people. They are not controlled. So if that division can go back to environment, it can be better. Otherwise, the laws have to be amended, that there must be, management over these trees. And the other thing is the agriculture and whoever, they are not working together with the traditional leaders. In the traditional leaders' jurisdiction, people are coming with that permits that are using by 5 or 6 people, come and harvest are illegal. And then the poor chief is sitting there. Nobody is coming there. The chiefs know the people and they can put what do you call this? What do you call these people to give away people's names that is harvest illegal? What do you call them? Whistleblowers in the field. So it's very important that government have to work also with the traditional leaders in the field and not only do things on the. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Was a hand over here? Over here.
My name is Kai-Uwe Denker. I would like to comment and ask on the following way. First of all, I think we all agree that trees have more than only an economic value. Now, my question is the concern we have to our forests, is that limited to the timber industry? A good fraction of our forests in the Northeast are in national parks, Kaudum National Park, Babwata. The forest destruction by the overpopulation of elephants, I think, is a matter that needs to be addressed. I just want to mention the destruction of the forest, the riverine forest in the Okavango or Chobe rivers and so forth. And I do not blame the elephants, but I put the blame on thoughtless artificial water supply in many arid areas. And in the last session, it was pointed out how important water is. But I think we also must be aware that the underground water is just as important as the water on the surface that we can pump onto the surface. So I would like to say that this matter of artificial water supply also applies, or supply also applies to much of our rangelands. There is a heavy overpopulation of game in certain areas and also of livestock. And with that comes the destruction of the so important surface cover. So I would like to point out that carrying capacity should be highly emphasized, and also that we thoughtfully supply water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was a hand at the back over there. Yes. I would like to take a 24 question at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Movita Chaka. I just wanted to add something here, which I haven't heard. I have heard a number of people talking about the timber processing to be carried out in the northeastern part of the country. What I want to bring to attention to the House is that sometime just before the dawn of independence and after independence, there was a timber processing plants which were in the Kavango and the Caprivi. And they ended up being amalgamated into the AMCO, which was currently doing the timber processing in those two particular regions. What was the reason why those plants closed down? It was because of the unsustainability of moving the timbers into the processing line. At the end of the day, it was deemed unsustainable. That was the report which was there with AMCOM. That's why it closed it down. Therefore, we need to be very careful when we bring up this issue of saying that we actually need to go back and at the same time, again, do the reprocessing of timber in those areas. How much timber do we still have there? That's the question. Vera Ducoa brought the issue saying that it's not very clear on how much forests do we have. Is it 4.8 or is it less than that? It's about 20 years, of course, without actually knowing what we actually have in the forest in those areas. Therefore, we must take that one into consideration. And
briefly, please.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it out there.
Yeah.
I'll leave it out there. Thank you.
There was another hand. Okay, ma'am. Lastly.
Good afternoon. I'm from the family of the Farmers Union, and my name is Ndafang Findaga. Well, I have only a question and very a demand from the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Environment. We have extension officers. We have some which they are all need to be redefined for them to know exactly what they are to do there, because they were supposed to be between the community, the local community, and the ministry. That is very, very much important, that these people should know what they are doing, so that the information that are going to local people is well communicated, and people know what is the reason they use, what is that the information they are going to use. Another concern is that are we saying that the right to allocate or to give authorization for the forest use by the traditional authorities, is that well communicated? Because in some instances, the traditional leaders, they do also double giving this authorization. They give to this person and to the other one. They can even be 5 or 10 on the same piece of that land and the forest. And that is very contradicting. Even if they take that up information to the politician, so then the politician will have a difficulties to have a conclusion on that. And the last one is, what the people need to know this information. Thank you. What is the technology is failing me?
Yeah.
Oh, the time is off.
Yes, time is up. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Um, yes. The questions, I think 3 of them are going to the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm not sure we have someone that will be answering on the case of carrying capacity of wildlife that causes destruction. Yeah, okay. Let's start with Dr. Brown on that issue of carrying capacity of wildlife.
Yeah, I think I'll speak to you, Kaiuva. I entirely agree with you. I think our current approach to looking at seasonal carrying capacities is very poorly developed generally across Namibia. Many places don't look at wildlife and domestic stock biomass together and their carrying capacity. The problems we've had in the past, as many people know, is that the Ministry of Agriculture historically set carrying capacities for regions or areas which were not related to that particular year's rainfall and vegetation production. And that had huge problems. A second problem was the lack of fire that was allowed, and a lot of bush encroachment and so on as a result of a number of these policies. The issue of elephants, I think I agree with you again, where they're particularly around riverine vegetation. Where riverine vegetation hasn't been destroyed by people, it tends to get destroyed by elephants. And maybe the worst example of this globally is on the banks of the Chobe River in Botswana. Namibia's got more elephants today than it's had at any time in the last 100 or maybe even longer period of time. Elephant numbers are systematically going up and up and up, and you can see the impact of them. And really, elephant management is a very important component of our ecosystem management, made very difficult by the international community who don't understand that these animals need to be managed. That is one of the constraints we have in managing our biodiversity, is people sitting in urban Western societies thinking they know best and protect equals protect rather than sustainable use equals protect.
Mr. Heilwa?
Yeah. Hello. Yes, from honorable member there, Meme Sophia, I want to make it clear that value addition is not negotiable. It's essential and must be implemented as much as we can. We agree on that. We agree that we had some overlook at this aspect earlier, and as we speak now, we made it clear in the public that we want everybody to take whatever wood is available there to the nearest wood factory to add value locally. On the permit issues of one permit used by 6 people, I may not want to comment much on this one. I would rather request my honorable to invite me to come and explain what is that we are doing in terms of the permit use. Currently, we take it that the permit we are using or the system we are using is the best with our ability. But also must be remembered that the permit was meant for both local use and the recent development now of the commercial use are also included in that. So it is quite a challenge maybe to follow the wood up to the pot where it is actually making heat. But the whole thing is that we are trying to do the best we can in permit issuing. But we want to share, and we are open for critics so that we can improve where necessary. I think on the permit, let me say, end there. On traditional leaders not having a say or aware of the, yeah, it is maybe true or not. True that if maybe somebody asks a permit to go and cut in his land or a plot where he has a leasehold by means of land, where he have maybe a right to utilize that land for the coming 90 years, we may not require a permit or a permission from the traditional authority to harvest those resources. And it is on that basis that maybe we just look at the sustainable use of that particular resource in the plot. Otherwise, any forest resources in the open land, which is communal area under the traditional authority, currently we only utilize it with a approval or consent of the traditional authority. If anything happening differently, we want to entertain all the questions and we improve on that. Finally, or maybe
the redefining of the extension officer roles.
Yeah, that is more of advice. We are going to approach as our partner, as an institution for agriculture union. We are going to approach them to define more, to tell what we have today, and to get what lack or what is a shortage or gap we want to fill. We can do that easily. In terms of AMCOM and the timber, yes, AMCOM closed at that time, but it's true what my colleague has said. But we are still open to see to it that if there's a room for maybe timber become more valuable, we can look at the commercial use still. If there's anybody who want to invest, as long as we control him properly, because that's a key to control and regulate properly, then maybe the use of local value is appropriate. Information, we think this institution, like this institution and this kind of event, we welcome everybody who is calling us for information sharing. We want to provide all the information. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would take two more questions over here and gentlemen here. Lastly, from the audience side. Oh, I cannot really see in the background because of the light over here. But I will take the last two. Over here. Can we have a mic over this side? The last two questions.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking the question. I have a question for Ms. Nanda. One of the slides gave an indication or a reflection of 1.6 million. Now, I don't know if this is US dollars or Namibian dollars. You indicated the value for an elephant. I would just like to know, how did you derive at that figure and what does it take into consideration?
Thank you. Over here.
Thank you. Mine is very short this time.
All right.
And that is, where does the buck stop? If hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trees are taken out of this country against regulations with either falsified or non-legally valuable licenses or permits, and nobody loses his job. If somebody steals the equivalent amount of money, we would call it fraud, theft, whatever. But here, the country is losing huge values, which could have a huge developmental impact, and at least to my limited knowledge, there is no buck. So I want to know, where does the buck stop?
Thank you. This is a gentleman that had his hand up for a long time. He will be our last. Okay. Over here first, that will be the last, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm coming from a Vitoto. And from a village, when you are taking a walk, you see someone cutting a camel thorn tree down. Now, I don't know the purpose of cutting it. You see, it was so grown. What is our Ministry of Environment doing to inform the communal farmers? Or even, these camel thorn trees are protected by law. And then the other issue, if other people from other countries come here and harvest our forest and then go to Walfish Bay, who's controlling that harbor? How come we have a government, we have ministries, but these things are happening under our nose and no one is being taken to account? So I want to ask, even the snakes or the bees or the trees, the birds, I mean, our friend, the Minister of Environment, talked very nice speech there. It's a good speech, but we must really stop these things of just talking. We must have action. Because these friends from China, they are harvesting our things. So that's just my question. I'm very concerned. And the speaker also, my uncle from Ovitoto, also mentioned the issue of...
Yeah, your point is well taken. Thank you. Lastly, before we close off our session, over here.
Thank you, Alfred Swart from the Traditional Authority. We are not perfect, but we are following the footsteps of our late African leaders. And I quote the speech of Gaddafi.
Yeah.
Therefore, there is a failure in many politics, economic, social, and security questions in the world. The failure results from ignoring the rules of the nature.
The question is?
Last year, even our minister was saying,
Briefly.
Can I talk, please? Even our minister of foreign of environment is saying, one day our children will ask us. Last year, the same date, there was a land conference. The same date, there was a land conference. And the land issue, everything is happening on the land. Everything that we are talking is happening on the land. Now, I just want to ask, these laws that we are talking about, those days, if there was no law, people were surviving. But when the law has come, people are suffering. Now, whose law is this? And who are favoring these laws?
Thank you very much. Lastly, we are going to close off now. We can network. After finishing here, we can network and have more information on various aspects that are of much interest as well. Lastly, ma'am.
Hello. Thank you very much, Tate.
Yes.
All protocol observed. I'm Ina from Elolo Permaculture Initiative and also representing Fridays for Future. So I have one question to ask, but one of many questions. Right now, I listened to the conference, and for me it was very much the business as usual model, which I have a big problem with. So I want to know what measures is government putting into place to ensure a resilient climate mitigation solutions. We like to talk about protecting, restoring, and funding the right kind of projects. What are we doing to protect our biodiversity that we have now? What are we really doing in order to make sure that we restore what has been lost? And how are we funding the projects, making sure that the right people are getting hold of the funds? That is what I want to know.
All right, thank you. Back to the panel. Our panelists, the first question goes to Ms. Nanda. Would you briefly echo on that, please?
I think my figure on the elephants considered the total value which I placed on it. This includes the tusk, it includes the meat, but it more than that includes the iconic beauty of this species just being in nature. Basically, the underlying message is that there's no value that you can put on a live elephant, as much as obviously we can use trophy hunting and all other sustainable uses. That is the underlying message. I think just briefly to touch on some of the measures put in place for addressing climate change, be it adaptation or mitigation. I think Namibia has done some, what I would say, bold statements in terms of the national determined commitments, where basically the country has put up some targets of what the country needs to do in terms of mitigation, but as well as in terms of adaptation from the agricultural and forestry sector, including some of the measures I think that Dr. Brown-Kress has actually recommended: afforestation, reforestation, but as well as sustainable land management, including climate-smart agriculture. On the mitigation, I think Namibia is well blessed with the solar resources, and I believe if there is a country in the world that should at least try to meet its energy needs, 90% from renewable energy sources, it should be Namibia, not just because of the solar, but the potential for wind, for hydro, and other sources, including biomass, energy efficient alternatives that are actually existing for this country, especially using the bush, the invader bush.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, would you like to touch on the issue of cutting camel thorn?
Cutting?
Cutting of camel thorn in Ovitoto?
No, it's a
The
ministry regular.
Mr. Haidwa, would you like to tackle those few questions that are more related to the Minister of Agriculture, briefly before we close off?
Yeah. The questions on law enforcement to protect our valuable resources. We do have the law, we do have human resources. There are some limited resources to carry out our activities. But we may not know everything what is happening if maybe the trees cut in Ovitoto for a day, and we may not really, until you advise us also that there is this harvesting of timber taking place here, then we may come in and we see what is the justification for that. There was a question earlier on from my learned professor here, why the country is losing all the resources, but no head rolling is seen. Yeah, we are in a game now to play and maybe to be the referees at the same time. It may not be appropriate, but what we are saying is that forest resources is like many other natural resources we have in the country. They are not every operations or not every handling of every product we have in this country is perfect. And if there's a need to perfect the situation in forestry, similarly, we can also apply to others. But we are not denying to improve any improvement of the handling of the forest management. We are open for discussions, and we are open to justify why we did what we have done or what is happening. But as a country, we need to revisit all the natural resources we are having. There are few natural resources we are having in this country added value before they leave the country. There are very few, if any. But all in all, we want to address forest resources together with all the other resources to add more value before we export and to prevent the exploitation of the resources in the country. It's all I can comment on those questions.
All right, thank you so much. I would like to give the privilege of closing off with our discussion, maybe to Mr. Noyes. Would you like to have an overall overlap of our discussion, just briefly, pertaining to what we have discussed?
Yeah, I think the discussion certainly highlighted a whole range of challenges. Being a person who's worked with certification systems for 25 years, I think certification could be a tool that could help to address a lot of these challenges, especially around sustainable harvesting and illegal movement of resources out of the country. So again, I would just like to invite people in Namibia, whether it be from government or NGOs or interested parties, to consider the option of developing a certification system that can address a lot of these issues.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is all what we could discuss. I know we have left some other unattended questions, but let's try and synergy.
Well, I can't say that I cannot see with the lights. So as a communication consultant, I just had a brilliant idea. I'm going to be giving classes on how to see through the light when you're presenting, since most presenters that came on the podium were complaining about the direct light in their eyes. Anyway, I think we're getting to the crux of the issue here, the fact that there's so much passion and emotion in the room on the last few minutes on some of the issues we're discussing really just shows how important platforms such as these are. And I think the overarching theme for me and the biggest concern is that there seems to be I don't want to say a lack of communication, but there seems to be a shortage of platforms where all the stakeholders can come together like this and talk about some of these issues. Because really, for example, you don't need a law to be changed or a new policy directive to change the job description of, I don't want to say a low-level employee, but someone in the civil service, really. That's what management is there for. That's why we have directors, etc. To be able to directly give an instruction to say, look, perhaps this area is not working. How about you start doing this to make your services more effective? So hopefully, I think, and also this is also a plea from my side as well, especially to the ministry, that we start creating, of course, some of these platforms ourselves for this conversation, and not necessarily, I don't want to say wait on NGOs to organize this, but to always not allow them to take the lead on some of these things. Great work by Hanns Seidel Foundation and a number of other organizations, but really this session showed that we need more platforms where we can engage and get on the same page with some of these issues. Yes, we can have brilliant policies, but if we're not working actively on how we can streamline some of the services that we have, the administration, etc., and have these conversations with each other, we will not know how to deal with some of the problems that we're facing. Nonetheless, we're going to go for a short 10-minute tea break, coffee break. And when we come back, we'll look at integrated management of freshwater fisheries. Before we step out, let me just please call on Dr. Clinton Hay. Please come to the front. Dr. Louise Langer, please come to the front as well. Honorable Bernard Esso, if you're here, please step to the front. And Kirsty, please come to the front as well. And the members of the panel, Renier Berger, Dr. Clinton Hay, Sehwa Motsumi. Okay, there we go. Motsumi. As well as Evans Mutanuka and Dr. Louis Langer, please come to the front so that we can just give you a quick brief and then get you mic'd up for the next session. So we've got 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes we'll convene back in the plenary. Thank you.
And we're back at the Safari Hotel, and we're still busy with a very, very interesting topic today, and that is sustainable development and the use of resources in a sustainable manner, and of course the bioeconomy. My first guest for the afternoon, can you introduce yourself, sir, and tell us where you're from?
Yes, my name is Oliver Ruppel. I'm a professor of law at the University of Stellenbosch in South Africa. I am, so to say, from South Africa, but I'm also from Namibia. In that sense, I'm at home also to a certain degree here in the land of the brave.
That's excellent. And in terms of your interaction here today, what have you gathered so far from the conference, and what has been your contribution today?
From what I take, the conference has a very integrated concept, and I'm very much in favor of that and commend the organizers, because it's both local, it's national, it's continental, global, in the sense of the people that organize it. obviously with a focus on the Namibian agricultural market, forestry and fisheries sector. But in altogether, I'm very pleased with the different presentations, and I hope that the politicians and the policymakers present will take note of all the valuable recommendations that are being given here today.
Professor, when we spoke earlier, you also mentioned another environmental role that you actually had continent-wide. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yes, I'm actually not quite sure which one you are referring to. But
I'm referring to the Konrad Adenauer role that you spoke about.
Yes, I have been working for a number of years for the Konrad Adenauer Foundation that also has an office here in Namibia. I was tasked to establish a new program on climate policy and energy security in sub-Saharan Africa, which I did, and it's up and running. So a few months ago I have returned to the University of Stellenbosch, where, as I said, I'm a law professor with a focus on sustainable development law. That is an interplay between international economic law, between environmental law, and to a certain extent even human rights law, probably relevant to most of the countries in Africa. And I have a little institute in Stellenbosch called DROP, like the drop in the ocean.
Yes.
And this DROP Institute stands for Development and Rule of Law Program. What we do there is we work at the interface of climate diplomacy, of sustainable policy, and we advise policymakers. We work with parliaments, with legislators to create regulations that accommodate a changing climate and be more responsive to the demands of the changing climate as well.
Thank you very much, Professor. It was really a pleasure chatting to you.
Great pleasure.
And we're all envious of you living in Stellenbosch, although Namibia is beautiful.
That's really true, but Namibia is, of course, a country that shouldn't be forgotten, that is most affected by climate change. So we have to do some work here.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay.
It was really a pleasure speaking to you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. And my next guest, I think our next guest is ready. You can come this way, sir. How are you today?
Good, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm fantastic, man. Nice to see you and meet you.
Yes, nice to meet
Just in terms of the viewers, you can just introduce yourself and tell us who you're representing here today.
Yes, I'm Tobias Tamminen from the Embassy of Finland. So I represent the embassy. Yeah.
We know the Scandinavian countries and Finland have taken a very, very keen interest in sustainable development.
Yes.
What is your role here today, and what have you taken away so far?
Yes. In the embassy perspective, we have basically two ways. We fund the local civil society actors here in Namibia, and in that terms, one of our goals is to fund, for example, the organizations that are working for sustainable development goals. At the moment, we have a current project, for example, regarding the bush to feed, bush encroachment, and then we are looking forward to have new projects. So we actually have an open call at the moment that will be closed next week. On the other side is the business cooperation of we are working, and for example, today we heard from Henrik Janner from Finland, from Risotech company. So that is kind of one example that we are working in Namibia, is to empower the businesses and find a business cooperation with Namibian stakeholders. So obviously it must be hand in hand with local entities.
Yeah, we're very much aware of what Finland does for us,
Yeah.
and we appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
There's a lot of projects that you guys are involved in. Tell me a bit about some of the other projects that you guys are involved in with Namibia.
Yeah, one of the key projects at the moment is we have the desalination plant in Hentis Bay. That is together with UNAM and then University of Turku from Finland, and then a solar water solution company from Finland also. And the solar water solution company, they also have references in different parts of Africa, but in Kenya is one of the most prominent markets here, and they have a pilot project in Hentis Bay now, and the idea is to scale up to have around 20 units of those desalination plants in Namibia in the future.
Very, very much needed here at the moment. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to discuss important issues.
I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate you spending some time with us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, see you later.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you very much. And We have a rose amongst the thorns.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. Please introduce yourself to the viewers and tell us who you represent.
Okay, my name is Martha Talamonjila Nanda. I represent the United Nations Development Program, in short UNDP.
Yes, very well known, very key stakeholder in Namibia, doing great work here. Can you tell us what is your interest in today's events and what have you taken away so far from this conference?
Thank you. My interest here actually is the United Nations Development Program. We work in partnership with government, with civil society, with the private sector and academia to try really to add value to the nature-based solutions. And this simply means in Namibia, looking after protected areas, looking after dry-land forest, but as well making economic decision about the use and the contribution of these natural resources. I think today I took a number of lessons. One of them, I think most of the participants are actually passionate about the issue of ecosystem services, of forested landscape in Namibia, but as well, they are appreciating the challenges, especially the challenges brought forward by the number of threats, including illegal timber harvesting, the transportation, and the lack of value addition. I think for me it was a key takeaway in the sense that all of us are needed, the public, the international community, the private sectors, the civil society, but the academia to really come up with nature-based solutions that will work for Namibia, and this includes looking at alternative ways of actually sustainably harvesting forest resources.
And obviously a key part of that is communities taking ownership of resources and obviously also benefiting from resources themselves.
Yes, you are right. Namibia has actually one of the advanced protection in terms of, I think, as the minister has said, the constitution itself protects the biodiversity value of the natural resources, but they have as well taken as a government a number of bold steps, including community forest, which are actually community forest management to benefit, but to access and to sustainably manage. I think that's really important.
And obviously, we also notice that the UNDP, as with all other UN organizations, take a very people-centered approach to everything they do.
Yes, we take a people-centered approach, but with the Sustainable Development Goals, we are relying heavily on the 5 Ps. It's the people, it's the planet, it's the prosperity, it's the peace, and it's the partnerships. And this is integral to achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals.
And what do you expect to take from this afternoon? You've gone through some of the other agenda items. What are you looking forward to this afternoon? We've still got a bit of energy though at the conference, even though it's a bit late in the day.
I think because the topic is really very hard to deal with, I'm looking forward to the management of water because it's an integrated package. It's not just land, it's not just forest, it's not just energy, it's as well water management.
And from our government side, do you believe that we're doing enough as the state to assist in terms of creating sustainability and what you mentioned earlier, value addition?
I think the government is trying to do enough, but I think there are a number of steps, as we have heard from the panelists, that the government can as well heavily learn on. One of them, the Minister of Environment highlighted that actually we shouldn't tolerate any illegal activity, be it on the forest products, but or the wildlife. And there are harsh measures that the government need to do. In terms of value addition, yes, there is still, I think, the skills, the technology that need to be developed, but I don't think any raw material should be leaving Namibia.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. And I really appreciated talking to you. The rose among the thorns.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that we can chat to? So nobody else. Okay. Well, we can see that everybody's still having some tea. Thank you. Woo.
So it's Renier.
Renier, ja. Dat is een Frans.
Burger.
Like a burger. Yeah, the same one as well. That's where the hamburger comes. You want the burger.
There we go. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Can everybody please kindly take a seat so we can commence with the final session? It's a good sign if we take some time to calm down. It means obviously that the networking sessions are working and that there's something in that tea that Hanns Seidel is serving outside. Welcome back. The third session is titled Integrated Management of Freshwater Fisheries. To start off, to set the scene for us, we'll have Dr. Clinton Hay, a zoologist from the University of Namibia, that will set the tone for us. That'll be followed by the session keynote speech. Unfortunately, the Honorable Minister is in Germany on official duty, but his speech, of course, will be read to us by the Deputy Director of Inland Fisheries and Aquaculture, Mr. Reni Berger from the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, that will provide that speech on behalf of the Minister and the Ministry. And that'll be followed by a slight change there. Initially, we said that the title was Sustainable Freshwater Fishery Management. That will change to Potential Threats to Biodiversity, and it will still be provided to us by Dr. Louise Lang, our Business Development Manager at the Center for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Sciences, or CEFAS, in the United Kingdom. And right after that, it will be followed by a moderated panel discussion by Ms. Kirsty Watermeyer. And that will, of course, focus on integrated management of freshwater fisheries. And I would also like to implore you once again, so that we can have the same amount of passion and, I think, enthusiasm for that panel discussion as well. So without wasting any time, please give a round of applause to Dr. Clinton Hay, zoologist from UNAM.
Okay, good afternoon. My basically idea is just to, because I don't think a lot of people actually know a lot about the freshwater fish, especially in Namibia, because we are seen basically as a desert country. So my job basically is just to quickly give you an overview of what happened. Now, I have to put now, I've got 10 minutes, and I've got 30 years of work to put in 10 minutes. So properly I have to decide what to say and what not to say. So, is this one working? No. Just quickly, I'll go through some of it. I'm going to quickly look at the social problem of hunger and nutrition and as a global perspective. Some points that I think it's important to keep in mind when looking at freshwater fisheries. The factors influencing freshwater fisheries. And I think it's important to look at the history over the years in Africa. And then a little bit on selective fishing, the trends in some of the catches. We've got some monitors. We've got some local community people that's actually collecting data for us on a weekly basis. And this gives us an indication on trends in the stocks. A little bit of export. There's a bit of fish going from the Zambezi region into Zambia and also even the DRC. And then maybe the value of inland fish, because people don't always put the value to fish, especially freshwater fish. Then we're going to talk about some fisheries reserves, and of course, as everybody else, the impact of climate. And then issue about maybe co-management, the way forward. So I want to start, can inland fish actually in an African or even in Namibia context actually play a role in the social problem of hunger and malnutrition? Now, in a global perspective, we've got the Sustainable Development Goals, Target 2, addresses this problem. And it says that 1 out of 10 people suffers from hunger. Okay? 1 in 5 children are actually stunted. Often, this is the indication of malnutrition, and what's important also, micronutrient deficiency. Women and children, and then also children and infants, actually have a higher demand for these micronutrients. These things are important to keep in mind when we actually come to inland fisheries. And capture inland fisheries can actually play a major role in meeting this target 2 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Nearly half of the capture fisheries is from actually small-scale fisheries and employs 90% of the fishers. And what's important is mainly in developing countries. And it's also easy for poor people actually to enter the freshwater fisheries because you don't need a lot of capital. You can actually go to nature, make some kind of trap and start feeding yourself without any capital involved. Freshwater can actually provide micronutrients and crucial fatty acids. Actually, I have people that told me that their children's been taking, of course, good quality omega-3, and it make a big difference in the way they actually learn and attend schools. So who knows? Freshwater fish also contain vitamin A, D, and B. It's high in calcium, phosphorus, zinc, iron, and iodine. Remember we spoke about the micronutrients that's lacking in a lot of diets of people. Health benefits are lowered risk of cardiovascular disease, positive maternal health, pregnancy outcomes, and even early childhood development, and it improves the immune system. They need these vitamins and minerals to prevent that, and fish can provide it. It's also associated with a lower risk of common cancers, high blood pressure, and infectious diseases. Children, I've heard people saying, especially in Botswana and some of the other countries, fishing households seem to be healthier than from households where people are not fishing. I'm talking about inland fish, freshwater fish. Now, small fish, I mean by small size fish. It means they don't grow bigger. And the majority of the species in this country, in the Zambezi and Kavango River, don't grow to large size. They are actually higher in vitamin A and calcium because people eat the entire fish. The big fish people cut. They gut them, they don't eat the bones. So the small fish, nutritional value is actually higher than the large fish that people prefer at the moment. And what's interesting, the women and children are the group, the vulnerable group that's actually targeting these small fish. It's clear freshwater fish can really play a major role in keeping these poor communities healthy or contribute to it. Any challenge in inland fisheries will directly impact on these communities, and especially these vulnerable groups, the women and children. Unfortunately, inland fisheries is not really seen worldwide as a priority. Many policies, you don't find it. The 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, you don't find inland fisheries. They mention it once or twice, sort of, but it doesn't really, you can't actually see it in any of these development goals. But it does contribute to a lot of things in these poor communities. Okay, I've mentioned that. So, keep that in mind. Now I want you to also consider a few points. First, the good thing, freshwater fish is renewable, but it's limited. We've got one cake. Adam and Eve had one cake, so each one could have half a cake. Now we can't have half a cake anymore, but it's still one cake. Okay? So this resource is actually limited. We need to keep that in mind. And what's important also about freshwater fisheries, it's a multi-species fishery. They don't target necessarily a single species. A few examples maybe in Lake Victoria with Nile perch and so on, you will have single species fisheries. But overall, they go for a variety of species. They do target certain ones, but overall it's multi-species. So this makes it very, very complex to manage it because the life histories of the 80, 90 species in some species are all different. The Namibian policy states that the inland fisheries is for subsistence. We have a saying that the marine fish bring in the money for the country, but the freshwater fish keep the people alive. So keep in mind, limited resource is renewable, but it's limited. There are more people now than 50 years ago. So the demand for protein is becoming more and more, and that's not going to change. It's going to be even worse in future. Some of these factors we can't control. The other thing that's happening, the lifestyle of the people are changing. Communication is much more effective. Technology is much more effective. That impacted also on the way people see inland fish. Road infrastructure also developed. So now there's better access to fishing grounds. I know when I started many years ago, it took me hours from Rundu to get to Katima. Now it's much faster. And also for fishermen to get to fishing grounds is much easier and quicker. That plays a major role. What factors are influencing freshwater fish? We see there's a higher demand for protein. People need more fish. As I said, it's starting to support a lifestyle. It's not livelihoods for many people anymore. People need a new vehicle. They need a new cell phone. It's changing the things people see in inland fish. Modern technology, the fishing equipment becomes more effective. I usually say we should also give the fish a chance. If we become too effective to sampling these fish, then of course we're running into a problem. Lucrative markets, things have changed. Nomadic behavior of fishermen, they don't always see borders. They go where the fish are. Okay? Plays a major role in the fisheries. We share our resources. There's not one river. Perennial river in Namibia, we can say, is ours. That really complicates the way we manage our resources. And of course, climate change, we will look at that as we go along. This is just a little bit on some of our rivers systems we have. The Kavango, of course, goes into Angola, Namibia, and Botswana. The Kwandu is also sort of Angola and Namibia and Botswana, and the Zambezi also a number of countries. So we need to start working with these countries. A little bit of a history, so you can understand where this comes from. I mean, many years ago, there were not a lot of people. So there were a lot of fish, and it was mainly managed by the communities, by the traditional authority in those times. So it was not really that complicated. There was a lot of fish, not a lot of people. So it was mainly for subsistence and trading. They don't have cell phones, they don't have cars. So they just had to catch fish to eat and maybe trade a bit. That was about it. And they also had, they were using traditional gear, which got a natural limitation to the effort. Because it takes time to make a traditional trap, and it only lasts for a certain period. Then you have to replace it. Okay, it's not very effective as modern gear, and it takes time to manufacture. So there was a limitation to how people could fish. And what's also important to understand that the fishermen were following the dynamics. These systems are extremely dynamic. It changes with season, with year. And there's 80 species with different life histories that need different things, that are abundant and not abundant at different times. So fishermen were following these patterns, using different gear, different times to catch different species. And then, of course, there are more people, and they start to use modern gear that became effective. So they could start targeting certain species. And then with these selected species, markets started to develop. So they start to go for certain species. So the purpose for fishing changed over the years, from subsistence to commercial, from livelihood to lifestyle, from eating a fish to buying a cell phone. And the commercial fishing was only benefiting a few people, seldom women. Okay? Although women are part of this chain, maybe as vendors, but it's mainly still subsistence. But commercial is mainly the men. Of course, we've mentioned the change in lifestyle. It became investment-driven, and that's one of the big no-nos for inland fisheries. As soon as they started to invest in the way they fish, they became business people, and they want to make money. And there must be a return on the investment. So if they don't make money, the fishing intensity increases because I've got to make money. Very effective gear. Monofilament is 3 times as effective, that's now a certain gill net, it's 3 times more effective than the multifilament. If you don't increase one fisherman, but you change from multifilament to monofilament, you increase the catches 3 times. Okay? So you don't just need more fishermen. And because of this, there's high prices for certain species. They start targeting certain species because they want to make money. That's where the money is. So there was a decline in the high-value money, the bream species, the tilapia, as you basically know it. So certain species start to decline. Not everything, because they're not targeting the low-value species because, you can't buy a car with a small fish. But you can buy a nice car with some big bream. So what happened then, the management started to look at these large fish, the high-value fish, how to manage them. So they started to manage a certain group of fish. And many of these principles, came from the marine side, which has got single species. You've got stock assessment of pilchard, of monk, of hake. But inland fisheries don't work like that. So adapting a marine principle on the inland fisheries is probably doomed from the start. And that further contributed, because now you've got certain ways of, if we shoot all the elephants with long tusks, we won't have them anymore. So the fishing started to catching the big ones and not catching the small ones. So what happens? The big ones disappear, and then we're surprised. So it became sort of a top-down management, where communities used to manage the resource. It changed from more centralized driven. For instance, in Zambezi, we've got 80+ species. The fishery currently with the nets from the communities, they only target 30 species. But what's interesting, three of those species contributes nearly 40% of the total number of fish caught. Only 3 out of 80. 40% in weight. So a large portion of the fish they don't target at the moment, the majority. These are just some trends, I don't want to go into detail, but the catches have been declining. You can't see the stats, but the stats also indicate it's been declining. Some of the species you can see over the years for 2010 to 2018, the catches has been declining. This is the prices at the Katima market. I don't want to go into detail, but we had the lake. For 7 years, there was no increase in price. Suddenly, Lake Limbesi gets flooded. There's a lot of fish. The markets go through the roof. Then the lake dried up, but the prices stayed high. Nearly $70 a kilo. That's not for poor people. And now people are catching, they go to Livingston to buy alien fish to bring to the market. The reason is there's not enough fish in the Zambezi. And they're also not big enough. But there's no preference for the alien species. We've been exporting for a year, fish going out to the northern countries. In a year's time, 1,300 tons, valued at 23 million Namibian dollars, going out of the country. Value of fish, just want to quickly go through this. The value of inland fisheries is 109 million per year. Compared it to meat, to game, is higher than game. We worried about game, but fish seems to be more valuable than game, money-wise. These are just, you can see in Zambezi, they don't catch big fish anymore. We've got these fisheries reserves. I don't have time to go into detail, but now we've got communities. We've established areas gazetted by government that are now managed by communities. And I want to show you, they're not there yet. The communities are now basically managing these resources. It's their resource, they manage it. We've also developed some milestones or guidelines how to set up these protected areas. Probably as I'm running out of time. Impact of climate change. Things are going to change now. Okay, I can't look at this. The environment is going to change such that we've never seen before. So the way we manage our resources can't stay the same. We need to start thinking out of the box. We need to involve everybody. We need to build trust. That's very important. When you work with communities, the first thing is to build trust. We've been working with them for 30 years. We're on first-name basis these days. They know that the ministry is not going to stop working with them. We need to start harvesting the small-sized fish as well. Fisheries reserve. Fisheries reserve doesn't mean no fishing. I don't have time to go into all of this, but it doesn't mean no fishing. It means it's managed by the community for the community. They are now in charge. Government is just facilitating ownership, gender equity. We need to bring in the women in the equation. They play a big role. Need support from government as well. These are all mature fish. Some of them are probably grandparents already, but people think they are juveniles. But they are not harvested because legislation currently prevents people from harvesting them. We need to think out of the box. How can we harvest this source of protein? This fish was caught in a protected area by a tourist. Asked the fishermen around the Nemwe, you don't find them anymore in the river really. 4.5 kilos, 2.5 kilo Nemwe is large. This one is 4.5. So, and a tiger from more than 8 kilos was also caught in the protected area. What do you think this tourist, that was put back, catch and release. What do you think this tourist is going to say where he comes from? Go to Namibia, go to that particular place because there you can still catch big fish. The tourists are paying now dollars. It goes to the community. They employ the people to manage their own resources. We catch that Nemwe 10 times over, and every time they catch them, they pay for it. So, my last slide. If you eat the fish, you only get money once. If you put it back, it keeps on, generating money. Everything in life has at a price. The question we have to ask is, are we going to pay the price now, or do we expect our children one day to pay the price? But the price we are going to pay. We're not going to get, away from that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just thought of some crazy Nemwe joke, but We'll keep the fish jokes for later since we're out of time. Nonetheless, as I mentioned, the Honorable Minister is unable to join us due to an official commitment in Germany. But we have the Deputy Director of Inland Fisheries and Aquaculture here, Mr. Renier Berger, to deliver the keynote address on behalf of the Minister. Round of applause for him, please.
So, as you've heard, our Honourable Minister couldn't make it. He's busy with another engagement. And there's a lot of other engagements in the ministry, so unfortunately, you have to take the message from somebody, luckily, that deals with inland fisheries directly. I will read the speech of the Minister directly as it's written. It's in connection with integrated management of freshwater fisheries in Namibia. Protocol is already observed this morning, so I won't go into protocol greeting everybody. I would like to first of all thank the Hanns Seidel Foundation for organizing this important event and inviting my ministry to participate. It is a known fact that freshwater fish play a major role in Africa. Firstly, as a major contributor towards the daily livelihoods of rural communities, as well as being of cultural and social importance. Namibia is no exception to this fact, with more than 350,000 rural community members directly and indirectly dependent on inland fisheries for their subsistence and livelihood in the north of Namibia. The transboundary nature of the Zambezi, Kavango, and Kuvalai, Kunene rivers and wetland systems complicate management of these shared inland waters. The sensitive overlapping ecosystems of these natural resources further emphasize the importance of sound, sustainable transboundary management. A holistic, multidisciplinary ecosystems approach have become the norm and is important to ensure the survival of these fish resources for future generations. Transboundary collaboration between countries sharing these freshwater systems is vital as we share the same future. The Ministry of Fisheries recognized the need for participation of riparian and floodplain communities in the co-management of these very important fish resources through developing a bottom-up participatory approach by establishing fisheries reserves that empowers the community socially, politically, and economically. This will reduce the risk of collapsed fisheries that would further impoverish and reduce food supply of our rural riparian communities. This approach to include local communities in the management of the resource is in line with Section 22 of the Inland Fisheries Resource Act, Act number 1 of 2003. By doing this, local communities take part in the decision-making process when developing management plans for inland fisheries within the boundaries of declared fisheries reserves. The unsustainable use of destructive fishing methods, the use of illegal fishing gear, and the influx of fishermen from outside the region greatly contribute to the current decline in fish stocks. Recently, we have seen a move towards the commercialization of the resource, as Dr. Clinton explained, due to the huge demand within the region. And fish are exported even as far afield as the Democratic Republic of the Congo. As these factors put tremendous pressure on the resource, reducing the sustainability of the fisheries, today we study the fish population and fisheries regulations are gazetted. However, getting people to comply and follow the regulation is a great challenge, or the regulations. As a result, the fish catches in the Zambezi system in Namibia has declined. In 2010, it was around about 6,100 tons. In 2017-18, it went down to 2,534 tons. This is a decline of almost 60%. And in the last year, I'm sure the figure will be lower for this year. My ministry is considering appropriate action to curb this dramatic decline in our fish stocks. Commercial fishing gear impacted not only on the fishery but destroyed aquatic habitats and are now affecting breeding areas of fish, birds, and associated mammals, reptiles, and microorganisms. Another imminent threat is the introduction, either deliberately or unintentionally, of harmful exotic aquatic organisms, both plants and mammals, into these rivers. We all know about the red claw crayfish in the upper Zambezi. The impact of genetic diversity, river habitats, the aquatic food web, reproductive strategies, and spreading of disease could all cause serious damage to fish resources that are already under negative pressure. Our inland waters have huge tourism potential, and recreational angling is an important revenue generator in Namibia and the region. Fishing in the Okavango and Zambezi is the dream and goal of many recreational fishers all over the world. Several fish species are highly sought after, and the protection of these species and the environment should also be seen as an investment in the tourism industry with direct and indirect income potential for local economies. As mentioned before, we share our water systems with Angola, Botswana, and Zambia in the north, and in the south with South Africa. In order to secure these resources for the future, they should be jointly managed. In doing this, legislation must be harmonized and aligned to be successful. For example, legislation should be harmonized and collaborative patrols should be planned and conducted between countries, sharing the same rivers. My office are continuously engaged with bilateral negotiations towards joint transboundary management of shared inland water resources. We should always remember that this planet and its natural resources does not belong to us. We are just the custodians of this resource, and we must hand it over to the next generation in the same condition. My ministry, through stakeholder participation, actively promote the establishment of fisheries reserve managed by local communities within conservancy structures and also outside conservancies. And in this sense, I would like to thank the EU and the Namibia Nature Foundation for their tireless work. Currently, 2 of these fisheries reserves have been gazetted, namely the Sikunga and Impalila fisheries reserves. We are in the process to evaluate the effectiveness of these reserves, both biologically as well as socially, with positive signs already observed. My ministry is also in the process to review 4 more reserves in the Kwandu River. The lessons learned the last number of years in developing fisheries reserve helped us with assistance from stakeholders, as mentioned, to develop guidelines with specific milestones for setting up these reserves. Although these guidelines were developed for Namibia, it is my belief that with some minor changes could also be used for neighboring countries. I therefore once again thank the Hanns Seidel Foundation for this platform to reflect on the sustainable management of natural resources in Namibia. I appeal to all stakeholders attending this meeting to continue collaboration and support towards the sustainable management of our inland fish resources. May God grant us wisdom to achieve this novel task. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mr. So many doctors here today, man. I'm just going to call everybody doctor. Well, we have another doctor next. The title initially was Sustainable Freshwater Fishery Management, and overseas country example from the UK. But that has since changed to potential threats to biodiversity and will not only be focused, of course, on fisheries. So all the way from the Center for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Sciences, CIFAS, in the United Kingdom, please welcome the Business Development Manager, Dr. Louis Lang. Round of applause for her, please.
Thank you for having me, everyone. I just wanted to put it out there first. What CFAS does is we deliver science-based evidence and advice the government based on that. So I'm just going to give you some examples of what we've done so far. And also just to let you know that this presentation was put together by a few of our scientists at CFAS. This is not my area of expertise, but they were all busy with other projects, so I will deliver this, so bear with me. There has been a big focus globally to develop countries sustainably to end poverty and provide food security according to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And many times, increasing fisheries production is seen as the solution. As Renier has just said, most freshwater resources are transboundary, which means any effects that do occur spread across regions and affect various stakeholders. The Speaker of Parliament earlier mentioned that the environmental safeguards need to be considered for sustainable resource management, and my talk touches on some threats to the environment which also need to be considered. And these are some of the issues that CFAS have come across. Oh, that went too quick, sorry. So starting off, looking at non-native species. So these, typically they've found that invasive non-native species have been estimated more than $1.4 trillion globally per year. That makes up 5% of the world's economy. Impacts have been highlighted as major drivers to biodiversity loss and socioeconomic impact. And as a global problem, there's been increasing global legislation and guidelines, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity. So just to put a spotlight on Namibia quickly, so potential impacts include predation on non-native fishes, so some of the fishes that have been introduced. Feeding by some introduced species changed the water turbidity, which then affects the environment that the native species might struggle to cope with. The common carp was introduced into Namibian waters from Central Asia. And then there is also competing in hybridization with native species, such as the Mozambique tilapia, which was introduced for sport fishing and aquaculture in Namibia. There's also competition with native species. Some species have been imported for the pet trade and aquaculture as well. And then there is also disease and parasite transmissions, also likely through the aquaculture trade. Then not only do we look at animals, but also plant species. So some non-native species form dense mats on the water surface, which impact other species and affect the ecosystem. And most of these were derived from the ornamental trade and originally come from South America. The water hyacinth, which I'll just highlight, has been noted as an issue in some other southern African countries like South Africa. And then there is also species that outcompete native aquatic plants, which then change the environment. So the way CFAS typically looks at invasive species management is we use this hierarchical system. We first identify risks by modeling climate change and looking at the research impacts and doing horizon scanning and risk screening, which I'll go into now. And then we determine prevention through pathway modeling and biosecurity. Then onto monitoring by researching into eDNA, which I'll touch on a bit later, and then taxonomy. And finally, control. So using research and development to determine the most effective control methods. And in all of this, communication is key, and stakeholder engagement. Working at the community level, scientists, government, all stakeholders need to be involved. These are some of the regions that CFAS have worked in previously and are hoping to work in. I've recently, Africa has been said as one of the regions that we should potentially look into, assist and develop mutually collaborative projects. So I've been to Ghana and Uganda and South Africa, and then luckily I was invited to come here as well. The next thing that CFAS would do is to identify risks. There is typically an index of non-native species. So that document there, for example, is a Namibian document, not produced by CFAS produced by Namibia, which lists all the non-native species. And it's also important to note that not all non-native species become invasives. So some don't have any effect. Risk screening exercises are useful to determine what impacts are caused and what there needs to be prioritized for management. So one of the things CFAS does or has developed is the Aquatic Species Invasive Screening Kit. This is basically a questionnaire that was developed, set up of about 50 questions that can be filled in by either a fishery specialist or someone that knows the fishery. And using this questionnaire, you can kind of screen if a species is affecting the environment negatively. It was developed by CFAS, as I said, and then we've also trialed it in about 81 different countries, and there's currently a paper that they're working on that will be published to assess its usefulness. One of the other things CFAS has done in the UK is to tackle the pathways. So pathways for freshwater that we considered were stocking for fishing, escape from aquaculture facilities, and escape from aquariums. Effective biosecurity is needed to stop the spread of these invasive species and diseases between river systems. In some ways, the UK has tackled non-native species pathways is, for example, we had the Stop the Spread campaign, which promoted all users of the water environment to simply check their kit, clean it and dry it before they move on to the next river that they might be angling in or swimming in or anything really. And then there is also the Be Plant Wise campaign, which in this case is aimed at gardeners and aquarium owners, because a lot of the time they will have plant species or fish species in the ornamental trade, and then instead of disposing of them properly, they'll just throw them into a river thinking that, oh, they're doing the best thing for the animal, but that's not always the best thing for the local environment. Then a particular pathway for non-native species is obviously aquaculture. And in tackling this, it's important to produce a factor risk mapping and regional pathway action plan, which again, everybody needs to be involved in. And to do this, CFAS conducts research and modeling to understand the process of introduction and the spread of these non-native species. One of the things they use is a particle tracking model. So this was originally developed for the marine environment to look at the spread of species, but can also be used in a river system if you know how big the larvae are, how heavy they are, and how fast the river flows. A horizon screening helps us to focus our management efforts. Has that gone? So CFAS conducts research and modeling, and the ways to monitor and control assessment include eDNA. So one of the things we use is environmental DNA. So basically all you need to do, and this works especially well for freshwater systems, is you collect one water sample, and from that water sample, depending if all the species in there have been barcoded or tested genetically, you can, from that one water sample, get a list of everything that is or was present in the last couple of hours in that area. So that's one way of testing to see if a non-native species is present. And it's important to determine if the control strategies are working. We've used simple methods in the UK, such as decontaminating equipment purely by using hot water. So no chemicals. And then just to quickly touch on some other potential threats which we've come across. Diseases. Tilapia lake virus is a massive biosecurity issue. The economic damage caused by harmful algal blooms in the UK impacts our commercial fisheries, about £150,000 per year. And then harmful algal blooms, for those of you who don't know, it's basically a plant that multiplies very quickly and within it carries toxins. And those toxins can spread either within the water column or is eaten by fish, which then either produce fish kills and then can also be passed on to humans, which then could potentially die from these toxins. The main sectors that are affected by harmful algal blooms include public health, commercial fisheries, tourism, recreational activities, monitoring and management. Sorry, I didn't move on. This is an indication that the ecosystem isn't functioning properly. And the major exposure routes for humans are direct contact with recreational waters, ingestion of the drinking water, and potential consumption of the contaminated food products and food supplements. So CFAS has the Center of Excellence for Aquatic Animal Health. So one of the things they do, it's focused on these systems which play a role in wild and farmed aquatic host populations. And our work program supports both the protection of the natural capital, and it's important to note that these diseases affect both fish and humans. And then, lastly, something that I think is quite important is antimicrobial resistance. So one of the things that we found in the UK, there's a massive push for doctors prescribing antibiotics, and to stop doing that because we're developing resistance to this. And people are tending to die now just from the common flu virus because the virus has developed resistance to the antibiotic. But one thing that a lot of people aren't aware is that antibiotics are used in the agricultural industry as well as the fishing industry. For example, in aquaculture, where if some of the fish are sick, they would provide or feed them food that has been dosed with antibiotics as well, and this then also has an impact on the environment as a whole. There are knowledge gaps. The use of antibiotics is not always well documented. For example, in Uganda, what we saw is the use of antibiotics is not regulated at all. We had fish farmers going into the local pharmacy and buying antibiotics freely and just spreading it into the fish cages, which doesn't always help because you don't really know if that's the active compound or not. And CFAS has developed testing schemes to deliver training workshops to build capacity and raise awareness. And the UK has developed the Fleming Fund, which is also linked to this and goes into various countries and developing countries to assess what the risks are and help the country develop their capabilities to assess these things and provide training workshops. So that's it, very quickly. I want to say thank you to all these scientists who helped me put this together, and then also to the British High Commission and everyone here. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Lang, you've got some special scientists there. We thought taking credit was mostly for politicians, but now the scientists must also be thanked in their absence. I hope somebody took a picture of you doing that so that you can prove to them, look, you were thanked. Nonetheless, it's time for us to get to the panel discussion. I think we'll follow, of course, the same format like we did the last time, giving an opportunity to one or two of those speakers that did not present, and then we take it from there. But I think the person in charge of all of that is Ms. Kirsty Watermeyer. Please just give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here this afternoon, and thank you so much to our panelists we've already heard from for setting the scene, laying the foundation, and helping us understand why this is such an important dialogue to be having today. But now we're going to hear from two of the gentlemen who haven't yet had a chance to talk. And if I can start with Evans, who's Chief Fisheries Officer in Zambia. How does freshwater fisheries function in Zambia, and how can freshwater fisheries be a tool for eco-development?
Thank you for that question. Clearly from the presentations that we've heard, we're practically dealing with a system which is quite complex. And freshwater landscapes, basically all over the world, seem to have a challenge in terms of a lot of multiple users. First of all, freshwater systems provide us with domestic and industrial use. When we talk about hydropower, electricity, people look to freshwater systems. So when you look at the demand on these systems, fisheries is most of the time at the bottom in terms of priorities of importance. And as it has been clearly alluded to, these fishery resources provide a lot of economic benefits in terms of nutrition, employment, and also income and livelihoods for a lot of communities. However, because of the low priority they get, we seem to be having a myriad of problems in managing fisheries. We've heard now, for example, aquaculture. Already because of the low production levels in fisheries from freshwater systems, people are looking to aquaculture as a quick fix solution to actually cover the required fish deficit, which in my personal opinion might not really be the solution, because we are chasing basically a moving target when we're looking at fish demand. The population continues to increase, and yet we still need to go into producing fish. And then because of sometimes weak legislation in most of our setups, people are beginning to introduce species that might have biological effects on our fishery systems. So already you can see the complexity that comes along with basically freshwater systems. So these are not very peculiar problems only maybe in Namibia, but I think we're also having these problems in Zambia. Some of these water systems also across shared water bodies. So again, you need interventions that will sort of speak to addressing the management challenges, not only what might be happening in Namibia, for example, but also what is Zambia doing. For example, we share part of the Zambezi fishery. So in as much as Namibia might do a very good job, if we're not doing our part as Zambia, the system still risks failure. Community level participation in management is also a critical aspect in terms of these systems. It has been alluded to in other presentations when they looked at forestry. So now, even in fisheries, we still talk about community level participation because we want to look at the people that are the users, the communities that are actually directly beneficiaries of these resources. So how do we strengthen their participation in the governance? Because already indications are that the conventional management systems that we're applying now, which is a top-down approach, where we're just focusing on what we believed as technocrats as the right rules to put in place, is not working because we've excluded the users. And so the shift towards bringing on board the communities, I think, is also what is the way to go. However, you need to look at certain conditions that should be favorable. For example, do we have a strong leadership system where we want to introduce community-based management? Do we have a strong social cohesion among the people that we're trying? Also, issues of protected area management, those are very critical conditions, but I can see, of course, Namibia is working already towards that. So it's a question of how do we enhance what is already being done and support those efforts. So basically, in trying to sum it up, I think that's my contribution.
Thank you so much, Evans, for that. And now let's hear from Sekoa Mutsumi, the Okavango Basin Program Director. And Evans just mentioned a moment ago talking about transboundary policy. So perhaps if you could speak to us a little bit, share with us, what are the policy responses to fisheries, especially from national to transboundary?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you for having me and to be part of this panel. And I'm very happy to be part of this sort of august gathering. I'm from Botswana, so I think the reason I've been invited to be here is we are more like similar to Namibia. We don't own any river systems. All our rivers that we have are all shared river systems. So I'm assuming Namibia is also sort of similar, especially our perennial river systems. So, and that presents a major challenge to how do you manage inland fisheries, from a policy point of view. How does sort of policy makers, decision makers, manage this in a way that is sustainable, knowing, of course, fully well that, as a politicians, this room, there's a number of politicians here, and they know that they don't win elections outside their constituencies. And, but the issue is that some of these rivers start from outside their constituencies. So how do they manage it in that context? So one thing that I can push is for us, from policy point of view, is to appreciate and recognize the interconnected nature of the, this inland water resources, it traverses different boundaries. So how do you then promote transboundary discussions around inland fisheries to ensure that there's sustainability? I think within the region, especially in the Okavango Basin, it's one of the systems where it's, transboundary management has been well established. The commission there, the Permanent Okavango River Basin Water Commission, I see Pete Hines there who started that commission, is one of the oldest sort of transboundary management institution in the region. So how do we take advantage of those type of institutions to facilitate proper management of inland fisheries? Of course, the key mandate from there is that their entry point is water. And then, of course, we need to make sure that they understand that water is a habitat for other things. So when they think of other infrastructure that will affect these other species, like my colleague talked about infrastructure, especially hydropower, how is it going to affect fisheries? So from a, and that calls for, when we conceive infrastructure or projects that will affect these resources, we need to be looking at the, catchment scale, not at a national level. And that challenges policy making. The other issue that I want to put forward in terms of policy is, of course, when we conceive a water transfer scheme, either to support the needs in the central areas of Namibia, we have to be conscious of the, to make sure that we undertake full cost-benefit analysis of the different policies across different levels. There may be a need at a national scale to supply water here, but then, that may actually lead to sort of negative impacts on the local people there, especially in terms of their livelihoods. I think Clinton talked about, especially inland fisheries, that it keeps people alive. So I don't think any government wants to sort of, affect negatively its population. So there's need for that sort of, whatever we decide, have we done full cost-benefit analysis around those projects, especially looking at fisheries, its nutritional value and importance at a local level. And sometimes when we do policies, we overlook a local level impact. We just look at sort of macroeconomic policy environment. The other point, of course, this is not easy, and this is the point that I want to mention, is that from a policy point of view, and when you look at inland fisheries, these are complex systems. But unfortunately, when it comes to policy, we tend to bring sort of simplistic solutions to complex issues. So how do we bring complexity into policy and decision making? Of course, the whole intent of policy is to bring, ensure that there's consistency, there's, predictability and certainty in terms of how resources are used and managed. But, when you bring consistency, predictability, and certainty to an unpredictable system, that's sort of a big challenge for policy and decision making. So those are some of the things that I think are quite critical when we look at sort of inland fisheries. It's not simple. The last point that I want to finish off with is, Clinton also touched on it, is technology, technological advancement. And that's both positive and negative. So how do we sort of introduce policy and legislation that sort of deals with this technology? It can facilitate, exploitation of resources, and also it can facilitate best management of these fisheries resources. I think I was privileged to have a conversation with Dr. Francois from KIFI, who actually was tracking, just demonstrating that these fisheries resources are just sort of fugitive resources. So he tracked sort of a tiger fish from around KIFI, and then this fish sort of traveled all the way from, Botswana through Namibia right up to Angola. So, and that's a length of more than 400 kilometers. So how do we legislate policy in that particular context and in terms of promoting joint management of these resources? I think that is quite critical. I think Rainer also talked about the whole issue of the importance of transboundary management and institutions around that. to support that policy. So
Some
I think I'll
really,
stop there. Thank you.
really good points that you've raised. Clinton, I'm going to move over to you now and give you a little bit more time to explain what we missed out in your presentation was communities' involvement and the management of protected areas. So if you could give us a bit of an understanding, the history of what has happened and communities' involvement here in Namibia when talking protected areas. And specifically because we're here talking about unlocking bioeconomic potential. But are we considering cultural and well-being components, the human needs in conjunction with resource management? Are we really unlocking cultural well-being and economy at the same time?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very important question because fish is actually in those regions more than just fish. It's a way of life. We've seen over the years that, especially if you involve the communities, I've seen how communities change, their attitude and the posture changes once they start owning a resource. And you give them the power, you make these protected areas official, and they know that they were the ones that established it. You know, before some of these protected areas, there were a lot of fishermen coming in from outside, and they just left them. Now with the protected area, illegal fisherman is just thinking about it, and his makoro is confiscated, gillnet is taken, he gets a fine, and his fish are also taken. And also we're using the monitors to help us to collect data now. What I've seen, the community, some of them has got now a reason to actually get up in the morning, because they feel, I'm going out today, I'm going to do something for my family. And they do have the backup of government. I must commend the ministry of over the years, because I started working in these areas before independence already. And then, of course, it was only me, and I had to travel the entire country. Now there's offices all over. We're starting to get very qualified researchers. We don't have a choice. My question is, if my research does not positively impact the fishermen in the Zambezi River, I'm wasting my time and money. I may as well go into business and leave my job. That is the bottom line. But we don't have a choice anymore. We must empower these communities. I can ask you a question. Do you service your own car, and do you wash your own car? Do you service a rental car, or do you wash your rental car? If you give ownership to communities, then they look after it. But they want the support from government. And I've really seen that it's more than fish. Of course, it keeps them alive. But there's a certain value and a culture. The women go to the rivers to do some fishing. And they bond, and they've got this environment and the interaction between different villages in these areas. Kids go to the river. They fish. And of course, next door, they will, have a braai and cook their fish and so on. But they play and they bond. And that is very important. We cannot take that away. So we need to make sure that the communities really get involved, and they are eager to do it. And we've got some very good examples. Of course, it's not perfect. But we are very, positive in the way we are going. But of course, there's still a lot of work to actually do. And to be honest, climate change is not really helping at the moment.
Absolutely. So now, Renier, I would like to hear from you a little bit more about aquaculture. So something that's been brought up, and it was right at the beginning of today, we heard that maybe aquaculture is the solution. But in hearing conversations and drilling down a little bit deeper, this might be a tool for market demand, but there is a huge risk involved. So let's talk about the risk involved with aquaculture, and are we able to compete from an international global market perspective?
Yeah, the problem with aquaculture, in Namibia, luckily both acts, the Inland Fisheries Resource Act and the Aquaculture Act, was actually written in the days when Clinton was still in the ministry. And they are very protective of our biodiversity. So both our acts protect our resources, our own fish species. We are not allowed to bring in invasive species or improved species like the Nile tilapia. The first problem with aquaculture is, if I'm not going to look at climate change per se, but our location on Earth, we are a subtropical country. So our climate is very cold in the winters. We have 7 months maximum where we have optimum temperatures to grow fish, which is 26 degrees and above. Northern Zambia is better. I think your water temperature, you have at least 8 or 9 months, maybe, or 10 months. So that's the first limitation for aquaculture with our indigenous species. Currently, we are promoting, you know, the ministry has hatcheries all over the north. We have a lot of them, even in the south. So we produce fingerlings for communities with a small-scale fish farmer approach. The problem with these species, it's mixed sex, so they grow very slow, and you have only 7 warm months. So you have to follow a proper management plan whereby you stock when the water is warm and you grow for 7 months. These fish only grow in 7 months from 5 grams to maximum 280. The average is between 280 and 240. That's the weight of the fish. So the feed conversion ratio, you can say we achieved 1.57 at Epalela, but on average you can use 2 to 1, 2 kilogram of feed to produce 1 kilogram of fish. You can only stock 7 fish per cubic meter under natural conditions. Unless you start investing in expensive pumps and filters, you can increase your stocking to 10 kilogram or 15 kilogram or whatever and increase your production. But that's money, that's energy. It costs a lot of money. So with natural stocking, currently, you can get between 40 and 44 Namibian dollars per square meter that you farm with. If you farm with broilers, which is a genetic improved bird, chicken, you stock them 1 day old chicks and they grow within 6 weeks to produce a carcass of 1.6 kilograms. You can stock 7 groups per year. You can produce per square meter, depending on your management, between 1,500 and 3,000 Namibian dollars per square meter per year, while aquaculture is only between 40 and 44. Catfish has got potential. It's an air-breathing fish, so if you go for climate change and you want to use species that are climate adaptive, catfish is, you can stock them densely. They are not so vulnerable to bad water quality. And we are doing research now on catfish stocking from 25 fish up to April next year. We will have trials on 50, 100, 150 and 200 fish per square meter. So we will know exactly what is the viability and the income that the farmer can generate from producing 200 fish per square meter, which seems to be currently with a feed conversion ratio of 2 and a fish feed price of $10 per kilo is imported from Zambia. It should be around 1,200 per square meter. But we still have to do that. The other good thing, the only good thing actually from an aquaculture perspective on income generation is you have to combine it with crop production. It cannot stand on its own. It must be an integrated system, crops, horticulture, or fruit trees, or whatever you integrate it with, because you sit with highly nutritive water. We've had estimates of up to, you can save up to 15%, maybe 20% of fertilizer cost if you integrate it. And there are some farmers in Zambia who do it very successfully. So there is scope integrated. But for a farmer now to start farming and to bridge the gap, as he said, from the 6,100 tons that we had in 2010, remember there's a master plan on aquaculture that requires us to produce 4,000 tons by 2023 from aquaculture. Currently we are around about 100 tons. Because of those problems of our species, they don't grow fast enough, you cannot stock them dense enough. The only way we will achieve it is with catfish and integrate it with crops. Then we might get to those type of figures and people can make money from it. But we will never replace the production potential from the inland fisheries resources.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing that insight. Louise, perhaps if you could add on a little bit more, but talking specifically from a UK context, global context, aquaculture, and some of the risks involved. And if we could drill down a bit of how do we take the research, the information that's been uncovered, and bring it into policy making, especially when talking technological developments.
Okay, so from the UK, one of the things that CFAS has looked at, because we've done a lot of work in aquaculture, is something called One Health. So that's looking at advice and policy to focus around One Health, to look at the entire ecosystem, looking at the economy, looking at the humans, looking at the plant, the entire environment is a whole ecosystem on its own. You can't just look at the humans, you can't just look at, oh, we're going to grow fish, so we're going to alleviate food poverty, so the people will be fine. But what is your impact on the environment? So that's what we've started doing. And included in the One Health theme, really, is that you can't work on your own. You can't just have a department of aquaculture on its own. We work in conjunction with the veterinary science department, with the animal and plant health group in the UK. So a lot of the departments are combined and work together to better manage the system as a whole.
Okay, so bringing more collaboration as a solution. Evans, let's talk a little bit more about the impacts of the decline of fish stocks and how it affects riverine communities, specifically in Zambia.
Obviously, when communities start experiencing these declines, there is an element of desperation. So you start seeing an increase in unconventional fishing methods, for example. People start using wrong mesh sizes, depending on the regulations. For example, our current legal frameworks, in most instances, has been targeting, protection of the bigger fish species. But because these are becoming more and more scarce, people now resort to things like mosquito nets, sometimes poison. There are cases of using dynamites. So all these things kind of start, basically, affecting the whole ecosystem, because when you're using poison, it's not only the fish that is affected, even other species. So with time, again, we've seen a shift in terms of the catch, because people now are beginning to catch more and more small fish because of the dynamics of scarcity of fish that people are being encouraged to catch. So obviously the way forward here is to look at how do we make use of that kind of local knowledge or evolving knowledge towards exploitation of these resources by obviously exploring what I may refer to as area-specific management plans. And these should be able to understand, the composition of the species that fishery has, and provide also an opportunity to exploit those other fish species that have been underexploited previously because of the kind of legal framework that has been existing. And I think Clinton tried to demonstrate in terms of, the species that sometimes are exploited much more fewer than those that are even underexploited. So in my view, that's the area we need to start thinking of, because those small fish which have been underexploited and in some unfortunate circumstances have been associated with probably low-income communities provides actually the best nutrient content than the bigger fish, which probably you only eat a bit of the flesh. I think even at this hotel at lunchtime, I had a fillet, which basically is just a steak part of it all. But when you eat the little small ones, you crush the bones and all that. Those kind of provide a whole lot of nutrients.
Absolutely. Yeah. And perhaps we can hand over to Clinton right there and talk a little bit more. How do we unlock the potentials of these small fish without harming river systems?
That is, of course, not always so easy, because the complexity of these systems, a certain way of catching fish in one place can be fine. The same way in another place cannot be fine. So one of the things is, that's why we've started to look at these fish protected areas. And that's what I said in my presentation. Fisheries reserves is not like Etosha. Fisheries reserves just say we gazette an area, there's certain rules and regulation, but doesn't mean you cannot fish. So if we then empower the communities, they bring in the rules and regulations. And don't underestimate fishermen. They are extremely clever. They know fish much better than I. I actually know fish, to be honest. If you ask them where are these breeding, when do they move, when, they know. So I learn a lot from them. So you have to include them. They know exactly what to do, when to do it with what they have. So we need to do that. And of course, we need to run a few, I've got some master students currently on the floodplains addressing that. We are currently monitoring the catches of these people catching, because there are some of them, catching these small fish, and we are monitoring currently to see what impact this may have with different methods. And as time goes by, I'm pretty sure we would be able to fine-tune this to get methods where they can actually harvest the small fish, but still allow the large fish to have a good recruitment so that you can have some large fish in future as well. And I'm pretty sure that, to be honest, we don't have a choice anymore. I mean, with climate change, the other thing about small fish that people must understand, large fish has got a slower turnover. They can replace them biomass 1.5, 2.5 times in a year. Okay, slow life history. Small fish can replace themselves up to 5, 6, 7 times a year. So these large fish, the breams, do not like variation. We know the systems are dynamic, but with climate change, it's going to be way out. The large fish are not going to as easily handle these changes with climate change, but the small fish will. So we have to start reversing, and starting to catch across the board. Because that's where the protein source is going to be in future. Because the large fish are already declining. With climate change, going to be extra pressure. And we need to do that. But as I said, we are currently busy with studies, and I'm pretty sure we'll be able to fine-tune this with the help of communities. Not open access. I mean, if you bring in people from outside and there's 1,000 people coming in, it doesn't matter what method you use, you're going to deplete the resource. And my idea is, those are poor communities. The person living there do not have the resource to go to another place if things are not, as it has been in the past. People with resources can change. I can go and live in Swakopmund or in Katima, but they cannot. So the resources must firstly be for those people, not for someone who lives in Windhoek, to go there and try and buy a car. We have to protect for the really poor people and the women and children that really needs it. And I think we are on our way. It will probably take some time still. But I think we are on the right track to actually achieve that, for the future.
Brilliant. Sikowa, so we've mentioned about the need for transboundary legislation and policy. But where do we start? How do we go about bringing about this conversation?
Thank you for that. There are already, these intergovernmental platforms that sort of can promote or be the convening space for this type of discussions. Like we have the Kabango Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Area, we have OCACOM, we have the ZAMCOM. But I think also what we've seen is in the region, some of the, the lessons that we've seen, is peer learning and adoption of some of these policies. For example, when you come to the closed season in this region, one country started, experimenting with closed season, Botswana, and then it has been then adopted by Namibia and Zambia in this region, and then other countries are looking at it, and now there's a discussion even how do we then harmonize it so that it's sort of, it's informed by science and it's, it actually serves the purpose that it's meant to serve, and we have a very clear intention of what it has to do. So I think from that point of view, you have the organizations that have been set up by the countries to promote this dialogue across the borders, and then we have countries that are willing to sort of invest, and then others are willing to learn from those initiatives. For example, Namibia, this fish reserve or fish protection areas. So already now there's a discussion in Angola of how they can adopt some of these fish, the concept, and apply it there. In Botswana also there's that discussion. And in the border areas between Namibia and Angola, there's also some discussions now around at the community level. How do we then promote this sort of dialogue between the communities across the two countries? Because it's just the stream that is separating, in most cases, the same communities that are living in that area. So that it can start organically from there at a local level, just sort of traditional authorities from one part of the river, and then in the other country start dialoguing, and then, of course, governments then needs to facilitate this discussion. So there's a number of ways, pathways in which we can sort of move towards this transboundary, dialogues and improving policy, around joint management of the fish resources. So,
fantastic. The key there is just we need to start.
Yeah.
Right? Louise, my question now for you, and I'm going to hand this over to all of the gentlemen as well on the panel, if they'd like to add anything on. We in Namibia, we have, as we've heard today, a horrific drought that we're in the middle of. But could this potentially be, as Clinton was mentioning, to think out of the box, an opportunity for us to think radically and to completely think differently about how we go about fixing this? And has there been any example in the UK where a difficult situation came about and it was something that created for thinking differently and radicalizing thought and approaches?
Good question. I'm not sure, really. Oh. Yeah, we haven't really had a drought lately. It rains a lot.
Do you agree with the statement that this could be an opportunity, a drought here could be an opportunity for us to relook everything? So looking at a difficult situation and saying, this is maybe the time to really fix things, to really get to the roots of the problems.
It could be. It's also that push. Climate change is happening now. It's not, we keep on talking about saving something for the future of our children, but it is now. It's happening now. We need to save it now and start managing resources now, sustainably, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, that could shine the light on things, definitely.
And anyone want to add? Do you want to add something, Renee?
Yeah, maybe I can add. The ministry, we had a climate change training. To see how we could adapt aquaculture to the, constant droughts. And one of the things we looked at, if you look at the impact of droughts and climate change, you have to adapt yourself. One is water storage. Aquaculture is a means also of water storage. If you take up the people in the north, they pump water straight from the canal to their drip irrigation systems. And something might happen with the Kaluek water pipe system, the canal runs dry and they are without water. And they cannot supply water to the horticulture crop. So we looked at the system to integrate climate adaptive species like catfish, which can take very bad water quality. They are air-breathing fishes, so you adapt the species also. You can stock them quite densely, and we developed a model whereby you can stock 25 fish per cubic meter and irrigate 10 cubic meter. It's a small pond. You buy the plastic from, build it a big, these black building plastic. You line a pond with a diameter of, with a radius of 2 meter, diameter of 4 meter. You can use a plastic of 6.6, make a 10 cubic meter, 10 to 12.5 cubic meter pond in the ground. With a small pump, you pump the water in there, you stock it with catfish, from there to 1,000 square meter drip system with crop rotation, 3 different crops. And that system, we already developed the business plan. So the capital cost for the small farmer it's quite high because we put pumps and fertilizers and seeds and pesticides, everything in. It's about 25,011, the capital cost required. And the net revenue from the fish and selling, it's basically maize, tomatoes and cabbage. After deducting all the fertilizer costs, all the cost of feed, the net revenue is 117,000 from a small pond of 10 cubic meters with 1,000 square meters drip irrigation. You have water reserve. If the canal runs dry, you have still water in your pond, although not much, it's 12 cubic. And then this model is very good because the startup capital is only 21.3% of the net revenue, which make it very easily for banks to finance. So that's one of the things we did from aquaculture side, which can work. So, and we based it on models of current drip irrigation and production potential. And you will even save money because the fish contribute also fertilizer to the water. So your fertilizer cost, you might make even more than that. This is based on the actual fertilizer, based on the requirements of the crop. So those are things you can do with aquaculture. With fisheries, I think the big risk is if there's a drought, the river level are lower like now, and people with destructive fishing gears, like Clinton say, these monofilament nets, they go in and they take the fish out. It's a big risk. So that one is just better law enforcement, more protected areas. And then maybe in these type of droughts, you maybe prevent fish in these periods until the rain comes again and the flooding is there and fish can nurse on the floodplains. So that's the way I see it as fisheries for both inland and aquaculture.
Fantastic. Anyone else want to add on in terms of how we can radicalize our thinking and a way forward? We'll be opening up the floor in just a moment so you can prepare your questions. But would the panel like to add anything on for their way forward and how we can use difficult situations to create for lasting change?
Yeah, I could add a point or two. I want to agree with the point that fish reserves are quite important, because now you're sort of preserving your gene bank, which is quite critical, because what you will be having is reduction in areas that are going to be fished because of reducing water levels in some instances. So where you are already having this initiative of protecting some of these species, I think it's already a step in the right direction. But what I could also think of is how do we integrate also our approach towards natural resource management. Many a times we hide behind legislation. Our legislation says this, so you find forestry is doing their own thing, fisheries is doing their own thing, but why not look at integrating, how we look at this, because the damage you cause in the forestry will have an impact on fisheries in terms of water retention and all those things. So also looking at protecting some of these water sources. So once you look at this, that could be help. In Zambia, we're already talking about having a policy that addresses community-based natural resource management. And we want a policy that will speak to all these areas, water, forestry, and fisheries. So rather than fisheries just having their own policy on community management, resource management, we could have an umbrella policy that can guide. Because we've noted that, for example, wildlife, which is also part of it, has got a bit of a strong, structured way of sustaining the committees or the structures at community level, whereas fisheries and forestry, we're still grappling in terms of how do we sustainably have these structures function at community level. So integrating now is probably defining an approach that could be workable for everybody, so that if you want to demand for retention of certain funds from the proceeds of the resource, that should be something that can apply to all the other resource users in terms of benefit sharing. Mm-hmm. So all these are kind of governance issues. So how do we structure a more systematic governance towards natural resource management?
Absolutely. And you raise such an important point because everything is so interconnected. If you were wondering why fisheries following forestry, there is an incredible link between all of the aspects that you mentioned, but with fisheries and forestry, because they found that of the greatest food for forests is decomposing fish. So everything is interlinked, and perhaps we need to be looking at our policy in that same way. Anything else from our panel before I open to the floor? Clinton?
Maybe just quickly on that one, on the climate change. And we would like to, within fisheries, we would like people to fish across the entire range of fish, from the smallest to the largest. Up to now, it was just targeting the big ones, which skew the food chain, which is unnatural. Now with this, what's going to happen? People are going to be, if we change legislation, we get everything in place, it's going to force them to start fishing the small ones. And currently, the biomass of the small ones are probably higher than the large fish. So the impact, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the catches increase with this, because we can now target actually the small fish. So in that sense, probably it's sort of a blessing in disguise, so that we can't get away from the skewed fishing back to a normal fishing across all size classes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that. So we, as you I'm sure have heard before, time has not been our friend today. I've heard that's mentioned many times today. So we're not going to do a lot of questions, but if you've got a question that you feel will add to the conversation, we'll only be taking 2 questions, so please raise your hand. And we've got our first hands up in the air right in front.
Once again, I heard that Angola wants to build dams along that river that actually feeds the Kavango Delta. So how is that going to impact your projects? I just want to know, because I think it was at the Scientific Society, I'm not sure. I'm sure that you're aware of it as well. So it would be just nice to know what your input is, because I see our brother from Zambia and Botswana is here, and we all depend on the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we answer the question before we take the next one? Is anybody equipped to handle that question? Dam building in Angola and what effect that will have down the river system.
You start. You know, the good thing about overfishing, if you stop fishing, the fish will bounce back. That's the good news. If you really want to really have a negative impact, sort of a permanent basis on fish, then you start messing around with the hydrology of the river. And you pollute the river and you destroy the habitats. Then you've got a more permanent one. So dam building, you know, no doubt will have negative impact on fish. We can't get around it. But of course, we cannot say we're not allowed to build dams in any rivers. That's also not realistic. So it will have to be a question of sit around the table and discuss this and see where are we going to, they want to build a dam. Maybe they can mitigate certain factors by building it in a different place, different way, and things like that. Because we've seen the value of freshwater fish. It's much higher than people think. So it will be a collaboration between countries, because as I said, we can't say no dam building. But dam building, if you do it irresponsibly, can destroy a fishery, definitely.
Absolutely. So back to the need for transboundary policy.
Just if I can weigh in on that, of course there are, you know, we all know that this region, we're still a developing world, and then especially Angola is just coming out of civil war, so they have, you know, legitimate needs for development, and energy is one of the sort of the, you know, like the main, you know, important development goals that they have put out there. The current access to electricity in Angola is, especially in the basin, is up 6%. And in their national plans, they want to push it to 60%. And, you know, hydropower is one of the goals. So then it brings in sort of this transboundary discussions, organization to facilitate this discussion. You know, they will need energy. But it doesn't mean that energy will only come from hydropower. So if, you know, then there's need for more dialogue and sort of whether there are alternatives that can be put on the table that are credible. If you're talking renewable energies, can we put renewable energies to utility scale so that you can, you know, avoid infrastructure? If they have to avoid infrastructure in that part of the basin, you know, are there other options? You know, of course, Angola is, you know, is the water tower of the region. You know, your main river systems here, the Kubango, the Kunene, the Kuvalai, you know, they all sort of radiate out of the, you know, the Zambezi, out of the highlands. So there are other areas where you can generate hydropower, like in the Kwanza system. But then you need to take power back to the basin. So there are opportunities for dialogue and joint planning. You know, if we are going to avoid this impact, what can we offer to Angola to sort of avoid this hydropower? One option could be, you know, if there are incremental costs around properly siting a hydropower dam, you know, outside the basin where you have higher generation capacity and, you know, but there will be additional cost. How do the other countries come on board to support, and how do they deal with that sort of issues around incremental cost to development? And that requires this sort of platform for negotiation and discussions with the countries. And even if the cost is so, you know, prohibitive, the same thing with the water transfer scheme from Namibia. So if those debates come in, so we need to find ways in which there could be sort of joint project, joint responsibilities, joint discussions around this project to, you know, to do this sort of offset mechanisms, even leveraging funding from other development partners so that, you know, the cost is not an excuse for placing investment or infrastructure where it will cause the greatest damage.
And that's again thinking out of the box, which is what we need. Evans?
A quick contribution to that question is obviously there's a habitat, you destroy the habitat completely, so you displace the species. But to turn that negative also into a positive is that you're going to create this water basin, which might not really have or be able to maintain those species that were there previously. What we've done in Zambia, which probably you could learn from, is we did the Kariba Dam, and when we did that, we translocated one of our local pelagic species from Tanganyika and placed it in the Kariba, and that's now the biggest fishery on Kariba. We've done the same on Iteji. This is a Carpenter, it's Limnothrisa mayodon. It's doing very well. So it has become basically a thriving industry in Zambia and Zimbabwe, the Carpenter fishery. Some of that Carpenter also has found its way into the Lake Kaborobasa. Again, it's doing so well there. So you could look at maybe turning that negative into a positive.
Fantastic, thank you for adding that. And our next question and last question was, we had some gentlemen at the back that had their hands up. Not anymore, is it over? Question gone? Question's gone and time is gone. Well, thank you very much for listening to us and for sharing. Have we got a question in the back? Oh, he's got a mic already, so he's getting the question.
Yes, thank you. Actually, most of it was answered from after the previous question. So there are dialogues, intergovernmental ones, on the management of common resources or resources in a common riparian system. But also within Namibia, for instance, between the Ministry of Water and Fisheries, whether there is collaboration on, because we've heard earlier today from Mr. Heilwa that the plans on abstracting water from the Okavango, for instance, is quite advanced. How much is that going to affect the fishery industry? And what platforms exist nationally in addressing that?
Do you want to take this?
Yeah, with regard to anything that happens on inland waters, the Ministry of Fisheries need to be consulted under the Inland Fisheries Resource Act. Anything that influences the biodiversity of the inland fishery systems, we need to be consulted. So if something like that happens, the Ministry of Agriculture or NamWater, whoever is involved, will have to consult with us. So we are protected by the law, by our own act in that case.
Fantastic. Great, so thank you very much to our very insightful panel, and thank you to our audience for your time and attention.
Thank you very. So y'all just gonna walk off this? Look, I'm in charge here, okay? Let me use my base. I'm in charge here. Okay. I'm just kidding. Just remain seated, dear panelists. I think we just want to do the closing, and then I think everybody can leave afterwards. Thank you so much once again to all the speakers. We've come to the end of the conference. But before we head out, of course, to the fun stuff on the other side, the cocktail reception, it's time to call on to give us both the closing remarks for the day, as well as the vote of thanks, Honorable Sophia Swartz, a Member of Parliament, and the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Management of Natural Resources. A round of applause for her, please.
Good evening. Good evening. The vote of thanks, but before I will do the vote of thanks, I only want to make my final closing remarks is that we have to manage our natural resources. Leaders, political leaders, communities, stakeholders, all of us are responsible for our natural resources. We also know that agriculture is the backbone of each and every country. And if agriculture is the backbone of each and every country, we as a country, as leaders, political leaders in parliament, have to see that if it is budget time, to debate and see on the agriculture budget that we have, for the agriculture sector, that the budget for agriculture must be 10%, not less than. That is what the leaders have to do, because we as countries in Africa, we signed a Malabo Declaration 16 years ago. And there is a scorecard that shows Namibia is still at 4.6, that Namibia is budgeting for agriculture. So we have to work very hard, that we have to see that our agriculture is going well in our countries, all the SADC in Africa, so that by 2030, the population will be doubled. And if we do not have food now, where will we get food that time? Director of Ceremonies.
My apologies to intervene. There was a bit of a miscommunication. We will indeed have actually a contribution from the National Council. So please bear now for a few more minutes, and we will have then also the vote of thanks by Honourable Swartz. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you very much. Director of Ceremonies, Honourable Sophia Swartz, our chairperson of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Management of Natural Resources, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rusa Joyce Nangura Namhuya. I'm a member of National Council, and I was requested to do the closing remarks. I believe that all of you have well done through the one-day national conference on the current state of sustainable natural resources management in Namibia and ways to unlock its bioeconomy potential. It is my great pleasure that you had fruitful discussions, though I think one day is not enough. I wanted you to understand the difference and promote mutual understanding among the participants through the conference. I observed your excellent presentations and active discussions, so I can conclude that the purpose of the conference has been completely accomplished. In addition, your positive manners revealed that you have made careful preparation and great efforts for your participation in advance of your arrival in Namibia. I would like to pay my deep respect to all the participants for your positive participation in the conference. I hope that what you have learned through the conference will help you a lot in your duties and lead to the stability of the sustainable natural resource management in Namibia in the future. Finally, on behalf of the Namibian Parliament, I would like to express my appreciation to all the participants for taking time out of your busy duties to attend the conference, and to all your organizations for sending excellent experts to this conference. I would like to close my remarks and officially announce a safe journey back.
Program Director, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to grant this opportunity to give vote of thanks at this end and this very important conference on the current state of sustainable natural resources management in Namibia and ways to unlock its bioeconomic potential. As you are all aware, about 70% of our population depends directly or on natural resources for their survival, whether it is in form of agriculture, fisheries, or forestry products. Besides providing habitats for animal and livelihoods for human. Natural resources such as forests also offer watershed protection, prevent soil erosion, and mitigate the effect of climate change. Yet, despite the dependence on natural resources, we still allow unsustainable use of these resources. Distinguished participants, I think, and you will agree with me, in saying that this conference was informative and enriching, and particularly for the reason that information shared here is very important. And if we said information is very important that we received today from our different presenters, we have to walk the talk. Allow me, therefore, to thank the organizers and the sponsors of this successful conference. Furthermore, I would like to thank all presenters and resource persons. Your input has enriched our discussions and enhanced our knowledge. We value your contribution and we urge you to continue to share your knowledge. To the program director, thank you very much for the excellent way you direct this program. Thank you so much.
Clement, we don't have a very good history with coups in Africa, eh? So next time we just move somebody away. This is warn us a little bit. Yeah, but we've had a very busy schedule today. I think we've made numerous changes along the way. Once again, apologies to Honorable Rusa for leaving her out there. Actually, we're informed that she's not here, only to find out that she's actually here. So thank you for making time out and, of course, sitting through all the sessions and remaining till the end of the program to come and join us. And thank you for making time. I think it's one of those few conferences where I've really had people stay over after 5 o'clock and really still engage after that time. So thank you once again for that. All right, on that note, it's time for us to get to the fun stuff of the evening. Of course, still continue with some of the networking for today. We will have the cocktail reception. I think it's at the Velvicha, if I'm not mistaken, just on the other side of the main reception area. That's that restaurant there. That's where the cocktail is going to be. So thank you once again, and please do make sure if you have any information, the service staff are still outside to assist. Let me call all the speakers and the panelists to please just come to the stage for a group picture. And to the rest of you, thank you so much for making time out. We'll see you at the cocktail reception.
We've come to the end of an inspiring day at the Safari Court Hotel, and we want to thank each and every one who joined us for this live broadcast today. Thank you to our Facebook followers, Namibia Media Holdings Titles, Namibian Sun, Algemene Zeitung, and of course Republikein and MyZone. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.